Good morning. How is everyone this morning? I hope everyone had a good evening. Definitely an interesting day of trial yesterday with Saluma Pastenis. Bao will be continuing with Dr. Garth Warren, the forensic pathologist. I do believe they were talking about changing the views around again. And because they'll be showing some photographs from the autopsy and all, I do believe. Good morning, Flash fan. Welcome. Morning, Sandra and Anna. How are you guys? Everybody got something, coffee, tea on board? Judge Boyce did his best to stay on schedule yesterday, even with the evidentiary issues. Really extended out that cross-examination a bit, but gotta do what you gotta do, right? It was interesting. Yeah, coffee on board. I'm still drinking my first cup with you guys while we wait for Judge Boyce. Morning, Couch. Tomorrow, kiddo. Shill, thank you for being here. There was an article. I'm just pulling a link. That's why I'm so quiet. There was an article that I had found. Not even so much a article with a short video. East Idaho News had put out yesterday in regards to Zulema's first interview. And like I said, I was just trying to figure out why he was trying to impeach everyone so badly, and it's really got to do with the Seventh Gatherer's email address and trying to make the separation in the jury's mind of Chad actually being like having a position of authority or being able to direct anyone in this group to do anything. And so his best avenue, because the women were having these separate meetings, is to put it on them. The teachings were coming from them. And that this is something they were all doing as an offshoot on their own. But and actually so far the testimony could be either way, right? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I've done that before, Anna, too. Going through the house, putting things away, and whoop, cannot find the coffee cup. Yeah, it's probably like the last place you started to really work on something. Maybe. Morning, Liz. Yeah, Liz, I agree. Sulema does not appear to be a leader of any type. No. Well, this I think is why Pryor keeps going back to Melanie Gibb and now to her. But also, there was some conversations that she had with Alex and Lori that seemed quite encouraging, especially the one that she had with Lori in regards to Tammy Daybell. saying that she's happier now, saying they're in touch with the woman's spirit, and they fit like it was quite deranged. Um, there was a highlighted copy of it on Twitter from the docket. And what I'll do is I'll just give you the Twitter link to the page because it's a like a highlighted part of the transcript, and I just find it very interesting. Just the conversations back and forth, I it just gets crazier and crazier. But after that testimony yesterday, I was wondering if of the regrets, if she did feel after Alex had died that perhaps the whole thing might have been manipulation. I'm sure she started to change the way she looked at things. Hmm. When the way that they got married so quick, the way Chad, and we remember in prior testimony, Chad and Lori pressuring Sulema in the beginning to move to Rexburg, how it would be so much better for her. Chad talking to Melanie too about where she should live, when she should move, and what's going on. There was definitely a figure of authority in that group. As hard as Pryor was trying not to get the jury to see that. Yep. Judge Boyce is the only one that's fashionably late as I am on this court circuit here. But like yesterday, he'll probably pop in ready to go. Usually they don't turn the mic on until they're getting seated and whatnot. But I can tell from Twitter, the journalists that are following it, they're all in there seated. They say really nothing going on, waiting. Usually they'll post if like there's a sidebar going on or everybody's up at the bench or called the chambers. I think one thing yesterday that happened was Pryor tried to make that going over a witness's testimony when there's inconsistencies is some kind of shady business, but it's not. It happens every single day. Witnesses are often talked to by both sides. Depositions are done well ahead of time. Morning, Katie. Can Pryor impeach Mel G or Mel P since they said they didn't know what the 7 gatherers were? I don't think so, because as Lindsey Blake had pointed out, it's only the name of an email, a group, an email that they used to all communicate with. And it's if they did, they were saying that he was trying to infer that that was the name of the group that they met under and everything like that, because there's a group of them that are in this group too, this email circle. So I don't know, like he did try and nothing really came of it. So I mean, what he's trying to do is bring out inconsistencies and make them look like they're lying. I don't necessarily think they're lying to say that they don't know of it as a group like that, which is what he kept inferring. That it was a teaching group, that it was the women teaching these beliefs and procedures that they were doing. the castings and whatnot. Morning, Jin. But he keeps trying, right, Liz? I mean, he's going to keep going. I mean, tried to catch Sulema up yesterday just because she said she did meet with them over the weekend, and she didn't mention that she met with them like in the beginning about some dates and statements she had made when Alex died. Well, once the jury heard the explanation as to why it could be different, I mean, what I don't know if he really gained a lot of ground there. Now, her husband was in the ER at the time. He did subsequently pass away. So, and I have to wonder if she's wondering how much was manipulation, how much Alex was manipulated, what their relationship was all about. It's going to seem like a whirlwind of just chaos and pain. Mark says, I'm disturbed by this casting thing. Supposedly the body dies after the bad spirit has been casted out. Yeah, she further explained that yesterday, that they believe that when you're possessed by a demon, you're already gone. In other words, your soul is no longer in your body. So when the body dies, it was already dead anyway. They're thinking you're not in it, and so they need to cast the demon out so that your body can be laid to rest and you can completely move on. It was bizarre, and I had always thought that I think the reason that John Pryor's making that like so clear is that he wants it there that like these people were already dead, like that they weren't actually killed by the castings, or were they? I mean, John Pryor would like us to believe that the women actually are causing the deaths with the castings and all that. That is proof that they are involved somehow. They did it since they were doing these castings and they knew the body was going to die anyway. You know what I mean? I get you though. It's so disturbing, Mark. Like I just keep thinking of the word deranged. Yes, it is rather convenient, isn't it, Rocket Couch? Like everybody's like, well, belief doesn't really kill. And I'm like, well, believers that are actually a little unhinged do. Yeah. What drives me nuts that they were all okay with it. That, that's been weighing on me too, Anna. Like Melanie, both Melanies and Zeluna, they could see her going off the rails. They see some of the stuff that he's talking about is not so cool. And they also hear the talk about money and stuff, and then people are disappearing. Weird stuff's happening. It just took way too long. I don't know if they would have even came to their senses if not pressed with an investigation and Lori and Chad being arrested. Liz was saying, I felt Pryor mostly flopped. He doesn't seem to understand procedure, for one thing. Yeah, he had a lot of disrespect for the court. I mean, he was talking right over Judge Boyce. Judge Boyce would correct him, and he would just continue with the same thing. It was not. I would say he's in a pretty high pressure position too right now. So I got to give him a little grace. I mean, I don't think he did a great job the last couple of days either. Or rather, it's not that he didn't try to do a good job or whatever. It's just that the testimony was so damaging, it was not easy to come back from. And he did try, and his style didn't work with several of those witnesses very well at all, where they were able to counter his questioning and what he was getting out with a very firm, no, it's not like that, or a correction. I heard a lot of witnesses correcting him, you know. And Lindsey was right on it with objections yesterday too. He's had a tough couple of days. I would say he's going to be cranky this morning. Although I'm sure he does think that the Zulema testimony went a little bit his way because he did get to question her on things that she had said prior. And he's hoping that that process is going to mean something to the jury. I just think that her explanation is sufficient into regards to the timing of the misstatements. Well, today they're going to move the courtroom around so that we don't see very graphic images, but they will be posted to the jury. It could be what the delay is because, like, it's almost quarter off. Let me put this back up so I don't miss him. Yeah, the castings are done without the zombie person present. Yes, they are. They feel like they've got this power to do it, I guess, long distance, huh, tomorrow, kiddo? Like they cast the demon out. But he just wanted to make it a point that everybody knew that they knew casting the demon out would result in the death of the body. You really just, yeah, it's totally, you just can't understand it, right, Anna? I just can't. How they got to this point or how they could just wrap themselves in these beliefs to just basically get away with murder. Oh, just waiting on the judge there. Aaron, good morning. The miracle of remote work these days, eh? Yeah, exactly. Aren't you still on vacation, Couch? Hopefully they don't have you working. Hmm. Tomorrow Kid says so sorry. How can 7 chicks in a lounge room doing castings between couples kill remotely? Yeah, exactly. I don't get it. Yeah, but you know what? It's all perception in the jury's mind that, the more I look at the case, the more I wonder why more people aren't charged, actually. Um, just like Anna said, everyone, they could have helped. They knew something was going on here. And it's just this, belief that they're the chosen and they're doing something. Just very cultish behaviors. That that's that's where my mind goes with it. The just the justification and the thinking. I mean, at Lori's sentencing, she actually said that the children were happy and in a better place. And if you look at the Twitter feed that I sent you, and Sulema even saying, to Lori and all that they, Tammy Daybell's happy and doing her good work and doing what she's meant to do, as if they've done something really good, or that Tammy Daybell no longer being here was like a good thing. And it just creeped me out. It just cold shivers on the spine reading that. Long distance, yes, I agree. A sniper rifle mark would definitely take care of a demon long distance. I have no idea what he meant, except for that he definitely wanted that image um, of the group thinking they had this kind of power in people's minds. Yeah. Exactly, Aaron. When you start to think this big, he says, as soon as you are tempted to believe that you are chosen by God, you should remember that your shit stinks too. Exactly. Oh. You mean the witnesses, Liz? I've wondered. I mean, Melanie Bordeaux seems to have moved on, with Ian Pulowski, and seems to be a solid influence there. But I know that people are worried. Both of the Melanies, I don't know if Gibb is going to be testifying in Arizona, but Melanie Pulowski, her husband, and Zaluma were all represented with an attorney here, in concerns of testimony that they're going to have to give in Arizona, um, in, uh, where charges, looking for justice for Charles.
All rise.
And Brenda.
This report's now in session. Honorable Steven W. Boyce goes presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
So, jury's coming in. Let's see. The witness is not on the stand yet. Hmm. Now, to me, that's
All
curious.
rise, please. Here's all present counter for you, Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The court notes the jurors are all present, accounted for, properly seated. Courts received the juror affirmation from all of the jurors indicating they followed the court's admonishing instruction yesterday as we broke for the day. So thank you again for continuing to follow that instruction from the court. We concluded the afternoon yesterday with Dr. Warren on the stand in direct examination, and I believe the state is continuing with direct of Dr. Warren. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to have the witness return to the stand, you can continue with your direct.
Thank you.
That's right. All right, I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for purposes of your testimony here today. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Warren, yesterday we left off. We had spoken about JJ Ballow's autopsy, and we're in the process of speaking about Tylee Ryan's.
Right.
And I think we left off on talking about her medical history. When you received Tylee Ryan, how did you receive her remains?
So as I briefly spoke about yesterday, I received her remains in multiple bags. 2 bags were in black body bags that were sealed. One of the bags was a brown paper bag with multiple other smaller brown paper bags within that bag. So essentially what we did is the first thing we did is we x-rayed all of the bags. I think we took a total of 28 x-rays. And essentially we were looking for any kind of projectile or weapon fragments or and what we saw in this case were multiple bones. And there was also a fair amount of what you could tell was debris, which ended up being mud and dirt and rocks. So that's the first thing we did is we took multiple x-rays. And then we opened each bag and we went through all of the remains. And like I said yesterday, this took about a week. It took a lot of time, but we were able to separate all the debris in the mud, and we were able to get several bones. There were some organs that were still identified, and also some soft tissues that we were able to identify.
What organs were you able to identify?
So the organs that I identified were the heart, the right and left lung, a portion of the liver, one of the kidneys, small fragments of brain tissue, and a few small segments of bowel. Now, just so you know, all of these tissues were charred, they were blackened, they were shrunken. Some of them were partially burned away. So these weren't intact organs that looked like normal organs. They definitely had fire artifact.
And were you able to identify any portions of her skeletal structure?
Yes. So there was a portion of her skull, and then there were multiple pieces of skull fragments. We found multiple vertebral column, actually the full vertebral column from C1 to C7, so the vertebral bones in your neck, and then also multiple vertebral columns in the thoracic and lumbar region. We identified the sacrum, both hip bones, the sternum, both clavicles. And then as far as the extremities, we identified multiple long bones in both the upper and lower extremities and foot bones as well. And like the organs, these weren't intact, pristine bones. These were bones that were partially burned away, blackened, charred, brittle, with extensive fire artifact.
With the condition that Tylee's body was in, were you able to perform any type of toxicology testing?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So on a portion of the sacrum and the hip bones, I noted that there were still fairly large amounts of skeletal muscle. I could identify it as skeletal muscle. So what I did is I made incisions into the skeletal muscle, and I went as deep as I could to find the best possible sample that wasn't blackened and charred. And we sent a sample of skeletal muscle for toxicology testing.
And did you receive any results from that?
Yes.
What were the results of the toxicology testing?
So it came back positive for ibuprofen. So that's just a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. It came back for caffeine. It came back for beta phenethylamine, which is just a decomposition product. It also came back for carbon monoxide, low levels of carbon monoxide, and a very low carboxyhemoglobin saturation level.
And were any of those items found in the toxicology report something you could rely on to determine a cause of death for Tylee?
No, there was nothing in her toxicology report that I felt would explain her death.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 176, 176A through 176MM, as in Mike. He has them, but yeah. And Dr. Warner, if you could just briefly review State's Exhibit 176 and let me know when you've had a chance to briefly review that.
Okay.
Doctor, do you recognize State's Exhibit 176 and its subparts?
Yes.
What does State's Exhibit 176 purport to be?
These are photographs that were taken at the time of JJ's autopsy.
Did you take those photographs?
I personally did not. We have forensic technicians, forensic autopsy technicians that take the photographs under my guidance.
So you say they were under your guidance. Were you there when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
Are those photographs a true and accurate representation of what you observed regarding JJ Vallow's autopsy?
Yes.
And would those pictures aid you in discussing and explaining your testimony and findings regarding the autopsy of J.J. Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move that the State's Exhibit 176A through MM be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibits 176A through MM are each admitted into the record.
And Your Honor, if I may publish.
Yes, you can publish those. And I'll note on the record also, these are being published to the jurors and the parties and the witness, but not to the public in general. So you can continue, Mr. Wood, with that.
And I've already set it up. They can't see me check. May we proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Doctor, can you describe what's been marked as State's Exhibit 176A?
So this is a photograph of how we received JJ in a black body bag. You can see there's a red seal and also the ruler with the numbers. We do that just to show that this is the case number for the case.
And can you describe what's being shown in 176B?
This is a close-up photograph of the seal or the body lock, number 506559, after it's been cut and removed.
And what's the importance of documenting that?
So we want to document that when we receive the body in the body bag and it's sealed, we take a photograph of it to make sure that it's not cut or hampered with in any way. And then we take a photograph showing that we cut it at the time of the autopsy, just for evidence preservation.
And can you describe what the jury sees in 176C?
So this is a photograph. Once the seal was removed, when we opened up the black body bag, JJ was further enclosed within a black tarp with held together with multiple strips of duct tape.
And in 176D, what did you observe?
So this photograph shows we opened up the black tarp that was held together with the duct tape. And this is the first time that I actually saw JJ's body, which you can see, and we talked about briefly yesterday. At the top of the photo, near the top of the head, you can kind of see there's a white plastic bag that's covering his head. And then his face is wrapped with duct tape all the way from the eyes down to the neck. You can also see that his forearms, wrists, and hands are bound with duct tape. There is a blue and white blanket that was accompanying the body that was resting on JJ. And then you can also see he's wearing a red pajama top and red pajama bottom. And I think I mentioned yesterday, really the only part of the skin that was that you can see right here is the upper arms, and they show evidence of decomposition in the form of a green and leathery appearance with some skin slippage.
And what did you observe in 176E?
So this is a photograph, more of a close-up of the upper body. Again, showing the white plastic bag better. You can see there is a tear near the top of the head in the white plastic bag. So I was informed before I did the autopsy that law enforcement, when they found what they believed to be JJ, they made that small tear to confirm that there was human hair and that there was a human body in the bag. So to my knowledge, that's where that tear came from. But this just better shows the plastic bag over the head and the duct tape covering the face.
And 176F?
And this is a photograph closer up of the lower half of the body. You can see the blue and white blanket, the portion of the red pajama pants, black socks. And then you can also see that JJ's ankles are bound with duct tape as well.
Doctor, what did you observe in 176G?
This is another photograph with the blanket a little down further, so you can get a little better look at the pajama top. I think the main thing here is you can see there's decomposition, or the pajama top was soaked with decomposition fluid, and there was mold on the shirt. And then you can see also there's a fair amount of dirt and other debris on the duct tape around the face.
One 176H?
This is a very similar photograph, just with the blanket removed. Better seeing the forearms and hands that are duct taped together, and also just getting a view on the different side of the body.
When these photographs are taken, do they attempt to take multiple angles?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Just so we get the full picture. We have a routine where we take photographs on both sides of the body, the front of the body, the back of the body, just to make sure that we're capturing all angles of the body.
Doctor, what did you observe in 176I?
Again, this is a photograph of the blanket removed, better showing the pajama pants, which were also partially soaked or soaked with decomposition fluid. And you can see there's some white moldy substance on near the right knee or the right thigh.
And 176J?
This is a photograph better showing the ankles that were bound with duct tape.
Doctor, if you can describe what was happening on 176K?
So what we did to remove the plastic bag and the duct tape is we made one single cut along the side of the face and carefully removed it. exposing JJ's face. So you can see JJ's face, at least a portion of his face, has green decomposition discoloration. And then there's also a strip of duct tape that is covering JJ's mouth that essentially runs from jawline to jawline.
Can you describe 176L or what you observed there?
So after we made the single cut and removed the white plastic bag with the duct tape off of the head, we took a photograph of it, and this is from the inside out. So what would be the portion that was covering JJ's face on the inside. And what you can see here is there's a fair amount of fluid, decomposition fluid, and some dirt and other debris within there.
And to be clear, that was the bag that was wrapped around his head.
Correct.
Can you describe what you saw on 176M?
This is a photograph of JJ's head after the bag has been removed. And it better shows the strip of duct tape that is covering his mouth.
And what do you see in 176N?
This is the strip of duct tape that has been removed from his mouth. We photographed it, and then we submitted to law enforcement. All of these things on JJ, all the duct tape and the bag on the head, that was all sealed and submitted to law enforcement.
Doctor, if you can describe what you observed in 176O.
Again, this is a photograph of JJ's forearms and wrists and hands being bound with multiple layers of duct tape.
And 176Q.
So similar to the bag on the head and the duct tape on the head, we made a single cut along the duct tape. And what this does is exposes the forearms, which show evidence of decomposition. And it also reveals that JJ's wrists were further bound with additional duct tape.
And Doctor, I'd normally ask you to point that out with a pointer on the screen where we don't have the screen. Is this where my pen is pointing the additional duct tape you were speaking of?
Yes.
You can tell the jury what you saw in 176R.
So this is the duct tape that was wrapped around JJ's forearms and wrists and hands. It's been removed. We take a photograph of it, and then we submit it to law enforcement.
And was that, when that was removed, can you describe how that was removed?
Yeah, similar to the bag and the duct tape around the face and the head. We made a single cut and then carefully removed it.
And 176S, what was that?
So this is just a photograph of the same thing, but this is showing the inside of the duct tape that was touching JJ's skin. And you can see there's a significant amount of decomposition fluid and staining on the inside.
And if you can describe what you saw in 176P.
So this is a close-up of the duct tape around JJ's wrists. So after we remove the multiple wraps of duct tape around his arms and his wrists and his hands, there was an additional duct tape that was binding his wrists together.
And doctor, if I can ask, again, without a pointer, is this the duct tape, the additional duct tape around his wrists?
Correct.
And then is this material on the side, is that the outer layer of duct tape?
That's correct.
And what is shown in 176T?
So similar to the other duct tape, we removed this duct tape. We made a single cut. We laid it out, took a photograph of it, and submitted it to law enforcement. You can see on this duct tape, there's also decomposition, staining, and some dirt and other debris on the duct tape.
And 176U.
This is the duct tape that's been removed, again, just flipped over. So this is on the outside.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 176V?
This was the disposable diaper that JJ was wearing. And you can see on the right side, it's white. And then on the left side, it's stained with decomposition fluid. And that's why it has a darker appearance to it.
Detective, can you describe what you see in States Exhibit 176X?
This is a photograph of JJ's face after everything has been removed. The duct tape, just to get a photograph of his face with everything removed.
Can you describe what you see in 176Y?
This is a photograph of JJ's face, chest, abdomen, external genitalia, and his upper extremities. This essentially is showing the extent of the decomposition of JJ. You can see there's green discoloration in some areas, especially the face. The chest and abdomen show areas of green discoloration in a tan brown leathery appearance. There's also evidence of skin slippage. And then there's also some small white mold formation on the body as well.
And doctor, skin slippage is probably self-explanatory, but just for purposes of the record and for the jury, can you explain what you mean when you say skin slippage?
So during the decomposition process, the skin starts breaking down and it starts sloughing away. So those patches on his chest and his abdomen, those are areas where the skin is starting to slip away.
And do you notice a difference on the forearms in this picture?
Yes. So you can see the forearms do look different. There's a well demarcated line that starts at about the elbow. And the reason it looks different is that's where the duct tape was wrapped around his forearms.
If you can describe what you see in 176A.
This is a photograph of JJ's lower body, again showing the decomposition changes involving very similar to the upper body, but on the lower extremities as well, with green and tan brown skin discoloration and skin slippage.
You can describe what you see in 176B.
This is a photograph of JJ's back. We do this on all of our cases, just so we get good documentation and photograph of the back of the head and the neck and the back. And this is simply showing very similar decomposition changes, which predominantly in the back was diffuse green skin discoloration. There was skin slippage on the back as well and on the buttocks.
You describe what you see in 176CC.
This is a photograph of JJ laying face down and now looking at the lower extremities. Again, just showing the decomposition changes, the lower extremities. And you can see there's extensive skin slippage and partial degloving or skin slippage of the feet.
Doctor, if you can describe what you see in 176DD.
So this is a photograph of JJ's right upper arm. And during this autopsy, I was essentially, like we talked about during the external examination, I was looking for any evidence of natural disease or any evidence of trauma that could help explain why JJ may have died. So this jumped out to me. This was a bruising on the lateral right upper arm, or at least what appeared to be bruising to my eye.
And did you do any further tests to verify that bruising?
Yes. So I briefly discussed it yesterday, but decomposition can cause areas to look like bruising. So to confirm that it was, I made multiple incisions and I looked for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue to confirm that it was true bruising. In addition to that, I did take sections of the areas and looked at it under the microscope as well, to looking for hemorrhage in the tissues.
States Exhibit 176E.
So this is a close-up photograph of the bruise that I just described on the right upper arm.
In States Exhibit 176FF. What was happening there?
So this is the bruising on the right upper arm, and I've made an incision, and I'm looking for hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. And if you can see, I'm holding it up with the forceps to show that there is hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue.
And again, without the benefit of a pointer, is this the area you're referring to? And where that color appears to be darker, is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
And so did that lead you to a conclusion as to the bruising?
That led me to believe that that was true bruising, and it wasn't just artifactual bruising or from the decomposition process.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 176 GG?
So this is a photograph of JJ when he's face down, and this is a photograph of the left upper arm. And there was an area of concern for bruising on the left upper arm as well.
And again, without the benefit of a pointer, I'll use my pen. Is this the area you're referring to?
Yes.
What did you observe in 176 HH?
So similar to the right arm, I made an incision into that area on the left arm looking for subcutaneous hemorrhage. You can see there is focal hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue. It's located near the bottom left portion of the incision.
And did that lead you to any conclusions about, and just to be clear, is this the area you're speaking of?
Yes.
Did that lead you to any conclusions about the nature of those markings?
Yes. Again, I believe that it was true bruising.
Can you describe what you observed in 176 I?
This is a photograph of JJ's right hand. One, you can say there's extensive skin slippage and partial degloving of the skin. And then also what jumped out to me, you can see the right thumb. I believe we discussed it yesterday, the right subungual hemorrhage. So you can see his right thumbnail shows diffuse bright red hemorrhage.
We spoke yesterday about type of force necessary to cause something like that, correct?
Correct.
And just because it was yesterday, if you could just briefly remind the jury of your testimony on that matter.
Yeah. So in order to get something like that, there has to be some kind of trauma or some kind of force to that area. And I think yesterday I gave the example of, you slam your finger in the door, you're going to get that subungual hemorrhage. Not saying that's what happened, but you have to have some kind of force impacting that area to get hemorrhage like that.
You can describe what you saw in 176 JJ.
This is a photograph of JJ's left lower extremity near his ankles, upper shin area. I believe I touched on it yesterday that there were some areas that looked concerning for bruising after we removed the duct tape from his ankles. So this is the area I was talking about. You can see the skin, for the most part, is light green discoloration. And then the area, there is a focal area that has a very dark appearance to it. So to the naked eye, I thought that this very well could represent bruising.
And did you do any follow-up testing on that?
Yes, I did the same thing that I did with the upper arms. I made multiple incisions.
And did you, what were your findings?
I did not see any subcutaneous hemorrhage in the tissues on either the left ankle or the right ankle.
Doctor, if you can describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 176 LL.
So this is a photograph of JJ's neck. Specifically, it's the left side of his neck. You can see on the upper portion of the photograph is his left ear. And there is a collection of brown to dark brown to red scratch-like abrasions, some of them with dark red hemorrhage that involve the left side of the neck and near the left angle of the jaw.
And State's Exhibit 176 MM. Is that the same thing?
Yes, this is a close-up. Again, you can see the vast majority of the skin has this faint kind of green skin discoloration, and then there's a fairly large collection of linear and irregular light brown to dark brown to red scratch-like abrasions on the neck and angle of the jaw.
Why was that of note to you?
Well, in any case, and especially a case like this, you want to simply document every injury that you find. So that's important. Also, at least in my experience, they look like scratch-like abrasions. So it's important in this case, considering there's a white plastic bag over his head. Are these scratch-like abrasions from the individual putting the plastic bag over his head?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Calls for speculation.
Your Honor, I don't think he's speculating. He's talking about different methods by which those abrasions could occur.
It's overruled.
It could also be from JJ himself trying to get the bag off of his head. I wasn't there. I don't know. But these are the types of things that go through my head and the possibilities.
Thank you. And again, doctor, just because we had a bit of time between yesterday and today, based on your opinion, what was the cause of death of JJ Vallow?
I determined the cause to be asphyxia by plastic bag over the head and duct tape covering the mouth.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness now be shown what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177A through EE. Doctor, if you can quickly, or just take your time, I guess, and review those and let me know when you've had a chance to review them.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177 and its subparts?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
These are photographs that were taken during Ty Lee's autopsy.
And were you present when those photographs were taken?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate representations of what you observed during that autopsy?
Yes.
And would those photographs aid you in explaining your testimony and your findings to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 177A through 177E into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection from the defense, Judge.
All right. Exhibits 177A through EE are all admitted.
And may I publish?
At this point, Mr. Wood, I'm going to have a break
Okay.
and we'll take about a 15 to 20-minute recess at this time. We'll come back on and then you can publish.
All right.
Wow, that was quite quick on the break there. Almost missed it. I actually walked to answer the door. Wow. Okay. This has been an awful lot. And the break is definitely needed. Well, I don't know, trying to actually talk to Pete in the chat about this case and he knows nothing. It could be quite overwhelming, especially coming in like a day like today. I agree, Mandy. I'm gonna put that one up. I will be glad when there is a resolution in all of this. Kay and Larry need to start to heal. Yes, and that is the grandparents for JJ. I totally agree. I think a lot of people do. And when I hear the testimony of those that are involved, especially what struck me yesterday about Zulema, because like she had married Lori's brother, and wondering how much manipulation was involved in all of that played out. You know, how we heard testimony that they were trying to get her to move to Rexburg, but she didn't think it was good for her. But there was a lot of manipulation going on as far as bringing everybody to the same area, wherever Lori and Chad were going to be, kind of joining it like a cult hub, you know, wanted their inner circle, all living there. All along we've heard testimony that Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's brother, would go anywhere with her, was like her protector, followed her, moved with her everywhere that she went. You know, at least in these last years that we're hearing about. Yeah, I know, Mark. How dare I not have my finger right there on the buzzer? Like, yep. Yeah, Mandy, Liz and I were noting that also. He looks rather glum today, as he should. I mean, how can you sit there and hear that and don't be affected? whether, allegedly murdered or not. Still, just to hear all of that. And Pryor seems so distant. Like I was, jokingly thinking, man, I wonder if he needed to medicate this morning to get through that, because you know how excited he gets about everything when it's not going his way. Today it's a little rough because it's hard to hear. I will be honest. Last year in the Vallow trial, when they started talking like this, and they also we were doing Letitia Stotch at the same time, and it involved a child around the same age as JJ, and they start discussing what they did with the body and how these vulnerable children were at risk of these just absolutely despicable people. Um, but on a positive note, I got to hear 3 guilty sentences on Lori Vallow. She's in jail forever. And Letitia Stouch also. That jury came back so quick it made your head snap. Right, Mandy? Right, everyone? Like many of you were here watching a lot of that with me. So, you know, I don't worry. I mean, my voice does get a little sullen. I mean, very hard testimony. I think anyone, you could just hear it with me because, like, I'm up here talking with you about it at the same time. Well, I can't imagine anyone would not, it's this is a resolution that needs to happen. Uh, it's not the most exciting trial. For those of us that have been following it from the beginning, it's important for the closure to see everything follow through. We're even hearing some things we didn't hear before. I don't know about you, Mandy, but like I'm like making note on things that I did not pick up on in the first trial. I mean, this one's basically focused more on Chad. The other one was on Lori, Well, I'm hearing new testimony. And it's also for me, one of the intriguing parts is how the trials all tie together and how evidence goes from one to the other and gets admitted or not based on different rules and prejudicial. Like that was very interesting to me to see, this evidence that would have been fine in the first trial absolutely can't come in this one. They do. And tomorrow, kiddo, I'm sad too, they say, but they deserve for people to know what was done to them. Exactly. And that is exactly where the Woodcocks come from. Kay Woodcock petitioned. The Woodcocks actually petitioned the court when the court was not going to allow cameras. They were very upset in the Lori Vallow trial that people didn't get to see her, all of it. There was a lot of reporting on it, but there was not allowed to be cameras. And their point was they need to be humiliated and put on view to the whole world of what horribleness that they did. That would be more justice, Judge Boyce in that trial decided it was prejudicial. And I can understand. Mandy and I were both furious because we felt like Lori Vallow was manipulating and we wanted people to see that. But Judge Boyce's point was like her manipulating to the camera and focusing and smiling and the derangements was hyper prejudicial based on her mental state. Remember, Lori Vallow actually ended up in the facility for a while because Judge Boyce was like, this woman's deranged, and she spent some time there until she was ready for trial. And in Idaho, that doesn't get you out of a trial. It's just a sit and wait. And then you'll go on charges, regardless of how long it is, years, centuries, whatever. You're either in the mental health facility or you come into court. That's it. And so, we were upset at first, but now I can understand the reasoning. I wouldn't want to give that woman any ability to manipulate anyone else anymore. She was quite manipulative. She thinks she's so damn charming. She's flashing that smile and trying to get away with everything. I wonder what prison life is really like for her. And right now, she's not even in prison, with the other trial coming up. Like, she's in county jail, which is a lot more cushy than regular prison. Morning, look at the trees. Thank you for the ordering. Oh, and the coffee. The Yeah. Sheila, I know you have an appointment in a little bit with the puppy. Don't worry. We've got a nice chill chat, for these. It's been good. And when I'm not, since I already had to answer the door, so that part is over, I'll be closer to the buzzer, so we won't need to worry about it. I am going to have to go back and timestamp, though, because of the break. He said 20 minutes, right? Did he? Like yesterday, I believe. I thought I heard as I was coming back. That's the thing. If I don't catch the timestamps like immediately, then it doesn't. So that was 11:30, 11:47, 10 minutes. I'll just do an estimate. Just have to put it in and check it when we're all done. Double checking is so better than having to do the things. Hey, he didn't give it time? Yeah. He did say morning break, though, right? This isn't just like exclusionary or anything, right? Morning breaks have been anywhere from 20 minutes to 30. Thank you tomorrow, kiddo. Thank you, Mark. Sorry if you can hear my key clicks, but it's always better for me to get that in there if I don't get it in there to double check the time afterwards, and it's usually just too much. Thank you, Anna. Oh, see, you guys pay such good attention. You pay good attention. So look at the trees. Are you just starting your day? And Mark, you said you're in the mental health system your whole life. Is it okay to ask in what capacity? I mean, no shame at all here if it's as a participant, because I myself recommend like everyone could use a little bit of therapy here and there. And I myself have been in regularly still talk to a therapist periodically about things. So, or are you in it in regards as to working? I do know several people who work in the industry. Oh, you mean I'm in the mental health system that is called life. Oh, I missed it. You know what? I'm just going to call like not finished with the first couple, Mark. So sorry. I missed that one. I just totally did. Hello, Sarah. This whole case is just sickening. I will have to agree with you there. This one is a little hard to take. All the delusion, the selfishness. I recommend. You know what, Pete? On day one with opening statements, I do have. I'm gonna do a little channel shilling here, Pete. I've got a whole playlist of the trial. If you go to day one of the trial with the prosecution case for opening statements, you'll hear Rob Lowe say how it's all about sex and greed. in just like they just wanted to be together. From the minute they met, they started flirting. It was like two crazinesses that just like bonded together in total insanity. I hear you. Look at the trees. Oh, that's right. You are. You had said that the other day. I'm sorry. I did not recall that you would be off for a few days. But I kind of get it, Mark, what you say about, the whole mental health system being life. I get it. I think that's what I love about Douglas Adams' series, The Hitchhiker's Guide. It kind of puts like the whole thing in perspective for me. It's an adventure and a journey, and we've all got little different pieces of it. Do you, Sarah? Yeah, in Idaho or the general area. Yeah. I just don't understand the mindset. Like these two are, dangerous. With the amount of people personally involved with them who lost their lives just because these two wanted to be together. Like I come back to this all the time. And I think, Mandy's heard me say it. You've all heard me say it in the chat, everybody on YouTube. I don't understand for the life of me why they couldn't just hold hands and walk off into the sunset together. Why they had to ruin the lives of so many. If they said they wanted to be together, I don't think anybody would have fought for them not to be. Do you think Tammy Daybell would have like fought to keep him there when he wants to be somewhere else? You know? Well, they just wanted to make something bigger. It's like, all the manipulative conversations, Chad directing that they've had these past lives and they were so powerful and they're now all chosen. You know, Chad telling Lori from the start that they were already married in so many other lives that they've had together through rebirth, that they're the chosen to bring forward the 144,000 for the end of days, and that things need to be prepared. Lori saying she speaks to God regularly, Chad saying that Jesus has instructions for people and saying what they say. The presumptions here. But what really gets me is, people believing that they were doing something good and they were involved in such an evil plot. And I wonder if they see it now. How they could hear Lori and Chad talking about children being zombies and therefore possessed by demons and their bodies are already dead. Did everybody who went against them, Charles Vallow changed his life insurance, found out that Lori was having an affair, decided that he was going to let Chad's wife know about it, and did, and ended up dead. And no one in that circle thought that was suspicious. Especially when the wife ends up dead right after. The children are missing, and these are children that they knew and saw regularly. And they didn't ask enough questions. Oh, yes, Sarah, that's the school that they said that Tylee was registered in, and that's why she wasn't around. But she never registered for that school. They actually said that that's why they moved there, so that they could be closer to her. She couldn't be on her own while she was in school. Not so. Lori never even registered her. I agree, Mark. I wonder what it would be like to hear Chad testify. I mean, I was appalled at Murdaugh. Well, we're hearing Chad on, phone conversations that are taped, and here listening to his words in emails, as he typed it out. He doesn't seem to be charismatic, but in the words, the way he does when he gets into the preaching, Paul, it's different. That's not that unusual for these cult leaders. I mean, look at Keith Rainier. He didn't look like anything. All that. And look at how convinced like all those women. Insanity. I can't wrap my mind around it. When it gets into this cult type thinking, I I've done a lot of talks on it. I've talked with Bearded and Chris Shelton, and Bearded Heretic, and Luke Bearded Heretic, and I've talked to Chris Shelton. I've talked to quite a few people in regards to it repeatedly. Just the mindset of like, how do they believe like this? Like I couldn't understand how Alex Murdaugh, who obviously loved his family, got to a place where annihilation of them was an actual solution to his problems. Like how do you actually get there? And that's what I want to talk to. I want to talk to someone in the mental health in regards to this because like a therapist or a psychologist, not for me, but just to find out like how do they justify this? How do you get here to where the ends justifies the means? Like they them wanting to be together so bad could actually lead to this. It's psychopathic. It's like a psychopath. I want to believe that they're so abnormal because I can't believe a normal human being is capable. And yet I do understand. I live in the real world and I understand that inside all of us in some way we're all capable. Murder happens. Horrible things happen at the hands of humans. Yeah, I would like to know why he did it too, Sarah. Why, except for the greed and all of that, to justify their personal belief, just to be bigger in their beliefs, to somehow these deaths and their future together prove that what he was preaching was true. I don't know. It just it blows my mind. But I don't think that Chad would take the stand. In murder cases, it's very rare for the defendant to actually take the stand. Look how shocked we were when Alex Murdaugh did it. Yeah, it's not a good idea. I mean, defense attorneys normally argue against it. I know, Mandy. I'm actually looking forward to this one being over. And I'm very curious now if there's going to be more people named in Charles Vallow after this case is done. Because every time that John Pryor gets up and asks a witness, you are aware that Chad Daybell has not been charged in the murder of Charles Vallow. And they have to say yes or no or whatever. Like he just wants to keep repeating it to the jury. They're like, well, that's all fine and good, John Pryor, but he's not on trial for that murder. He's on trial for these three: Kylie Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and his wife, Tammy Daybell. Like, there's the three. I don't know what kind of a defense is that, right, Mindy? Well, I'm not responsible for that murder, so I couldn't possibly have done these three. Because law enforcement did not name me in that one. I couldn't possibly have done these. It's ludicrous. It's to me anyway. Yeah, with the attempted murder of Brandon Bordeaux, also, there was great testimony that he was involved, especially in the emails and the phone messages. We saw a video of him taking the tire out of the Jeep, which was the same Jeep that whoever it was fired from the back of, and the tire would have had to have been removed. It was only Chad and Lori together there, putting it in the storage unit, getting the vehicle ready. It does look like they did give instruction to Alex, and he would have done anything either of them said. And for Chad to say that he wasn't, John Pryor to allude that Chad is also a victim of Alex Cox, even though we now have seen written testimony in text and emails, and even in phone conversations that were recorded, that Alex purposely didn't go to Hawaii, although he was supposed to be with his sister like he normally is, to protect her and the family. Chad had requested him to stay back because he had something he needed help with. And that's the week. That is when Tammy Daybell died. Hold on one sec. I had to mute my alarm. Okay. Yep, Chad knew what was happening with Brandon. They all knew, like, you know. He put the tire in storage, exactly. And he definitely knew what was happening with Brandon. Isn't not he the one that declared Brandon dark and got Melanie, you know, talking about getting away? Have a great day, Pete. Yes. Pete, you guys have a good one, Pete. It's always good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. We'll catch up. You know what, Mandy? That's what I'm thinking, that Chad may have been the driver and Alex was in the back. The Jeep fled quickly after the shots. Yes, they did. And I was thinking that too. Was there enough time for Alex to scramble from the back to the front to drive away like that? Or wouldn't it make more sense to have two people? I was thinking right along the same lines there. Although we haven't heard any testimony on that part. We have about the vehicle. They will know exactly which vehicle was involved in that shooting. Hold on one second. That alarm is still going. I'll be right back. Okay, this taken care of. There we go. Sorry about that. The day-to-day things, you know, in real life, like coming in, just sneaking in here because they don't care about no Chad Daybell trial, that's for sure. Are you tomorrow, kiddo? I'm sorry. Brandon said only his wife knew where he was living at the time. That's right, Katie. And we've heard testimony about how Melanie looked up to Chad and Lori like mom and dad. And they were even taking advice about this whole thing with Brandon and how she felt and how moving away, when she should move, where she should move, what she should do. I was surprised to see how controlling that situation and manipulative it was. But yeah, Melanie definitely told Lori, who probably told Chad, if Melanie didn't tell Chad herself, because she was in direct communication with him also, as the testimony had shown. You know what, Mandy? I had wondered that too. If the tracking devices actually came from, you know, if Alex actually put it on there on the direction of Chad or Lori. I think Chad and Alex wanted people to be paranoid. I think Chad wanted people to be paranoid so that what he said seemed more valid, insecure and true, and a better foundation. No, I know. Mark, were you looking for it? I'm sorry. Yes, it was a tinkling alarm sound in the background that kept going off, and I had to go to the other side of the room to take care of it. Yeah. We agree, Sarah. I think many of us in the chat agree that Alex, although being used as an implement, like a tool, like the hand that actually does the crime so the others can keep their hands clean, but he was obviously manipulated by both Chad and Lori. Chad using his visions of what people's past lives were like and their inner powers and strengths was so manipulative when you hear it, when you hear the blessings that he gave to both Alex and Zulema that are just dripping with manipulation and control to get them to do things that he wanted. I mean, if I didn't think so before, because I didn't really know a lot about Chad Daybell. I mean, I read the book, then to me it was just like, ugh, like I could see, like it's just, you know, not much to it. I really didn't think anybody would fall for this kind of stuff. But to hear how deeply people did and believed him, I would say that he just has a way, that unpretentious, quiet way of just saying the facts, and they want to believe so much, and who doesn't want to think they're special or involved in some great mission to fix the world? It can be enticing to many, and many cults use it. Now, whether Chad set out to be a cult or start a cult, he definitely set out to be an authoritative voice within the LDS community, and had taken those beliefs and offshooted them just enough to be unique to himself, with the extra visions and using the pendant to decide light and dark and answers. A little bit of witchy stuff going on there, as far as I could tell. Yeah, when you're manipulated like a narcissist like this, often you hear the first thing that people say is, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Like, how could I have fallen for this? I just did not see any of it. It's just the shame that you feel, you know? I think they are very weak minded, looking for simple answers when in complex situations, Mindy. And that's always the way. When you take a shortcut like that, oh, I mean, life is hard for everyone. I do agree. Like I wonder, how they don't see some of it. And I don't want to judge too harshly, because to be in that situation, I could never. I've been duped by things before. We've all believed a person or a thing, and then to find out that it's not true, or to be taken advantage of through no fault of our own. Who wants to think the worst of people right away? you know and also their beliefs were already stretched a little bit, all of them, right? They were all thinking just a little bit different outside of their traditional beliefs within their religious organizations. Morning, Sue. Juju says, this whole situation baffles me. If you fall in love and want to be someone, change your life. This seems a lot more difficult than actually making a real change. Exactly. How did they think? What really gets me to really think that they're just not right is to actually think this wasn't going to get tied back to them. That so many people in their lives could just die. And that, what are they going to say? Well, it was God's will. Like, that just shows we're the chosen. He has cleared the path for us to be together. But there's also the criminal mindedness of it, especially in the case of Lori Vallow, where she absconded with the Social Security from both JJ and Ty Lee, moved that money around, knew they were gone, kept the money as if she had a right to it. Spoke of money in such a way
All rise.
that I could tell it was
Court's
very
minutes,
important. We're back.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and have the jurors brought in, please.
Okay, we're going to be continuing with direct of Dr. Garrett. No, Dr. Garth Warren. Sorry, not Garrett. Garth Warren, forensic pathologist. Been a lot about the autopsy, the remains of both
All right,
JJ and
please.
Ty Lee.
Here's our president counter for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record now on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. For the break, we had just admitted another series of photographs marked as exhibits 177A through EE. And Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct at this time, you may.
Thank you, and may I publish?
You may. While you're getting ready to publish those, Mr. Wood, I will note that these are, again, not being shown on the live stream or to the public. They are being shown to the jurors and the parties. And in addition, if there are any victims entitled to view these exhibits, then the court will arrange that for a private time when those victims are able to also view the evidence if that's requested. So if there is any request through either the prosecutor's office or directly to the court, let us know and we'll arrange that.
Thank you. Doctor, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 177A?
So as I mentioned earlier, Tylee was received in multiple bags. This is a photograph of one of the bags. It's sealed with a red body lock. And then on the outside of the bag, you can see handwritten in silver marker, 1 of 3. So this is one of the bags that was received.
What did you observe in 177B?
This is an intact seal of bag 1 of 3.
And again, what's the importance of documenting the seal?
Again, it's evidence preservation. When the bag comes, we want to know that the body lock is intact, and we want to be the ones who open up the body lock.
What did you observe in 177C?
So after we removed the body lock, we opened up the body bag, and there were a number of items within the black body bag. There were 2 additional brown paper bags that you can see here. One is unlabeled and one is labeled with burial site ?
And 177D?
So this is within the same body bag. You can see the 2 paper bags that I just described on the right side. And then on the left side within the body bag are multiple collections of soft tissue, bone, and debris, including dirt and rock.
Is this the area you're speaking of?
Yes.
If you can describe what you observed in 177E?
So after we've gone through all of the remains in those piles that were presented to us on the left side, we cleaned those up and we removed the mud and the dirt and the debris. And what you can see is what is left. What we found was multiple vertebral columns.
Are these those?
Yes. Loops of small bowel that are on the far left of the blue board. And then also small pieces of cartilage and bone that are on the far right of the blue board. And then off to the right, off of the blue board, you can see there's 3 distinct large pieces of bone. So one of those is the right pelvis with attached portion of the right femur. One of them is the left pelvis with attached portion of the left femur. And one of them is the sacrum.
Can you just define for the jury what the sacrum is?
So the sacrum essentially is a bone at the just at the end of your lower back, and that's where the right and the left pelvic bones associate with. So it's part of your pelvis.
Can you tell the jury what you observed in 177F?
So this is essentially bag 1 of 3. It's labeled, you can see. This is everything else that remains. After we sifted through and found the bones, this is all of the dirt and mud and rocks that remained.
In 177G,
So if you remember, within the black body bag, there were 2 brown body bags. One of them was burial site. So this was what was in that bag to the right. It came in a tinfoil container, and there were multiple small collections of bones and charred bones and other debris.
and what did you observe in 177H?
So the last photograph that you just saw, so this is after sifting through that and cleaning things up, this is what we found. So again, there were 2 charred vertebral column bones on the far left. There were, and then numerous small charred, blackened or white bones that really were unrecognizable. They were too small and they were too much fire artifact to tell what kind of bone they were.
And what did you observe in 177I?
So this is the second black body bag that we received. You can see on the far left, it's actually labeled 2 of 3 suspected female.
In 177J?
Again, this is a body lock or a sill that's intact. Again, we always take photographs of this to make sure it's intact for evidence preservation.
In 177K?
This is just a better photograph showing how it was labeled, the 2 of 3 suspected female.
Can you describe what you observed in 177M?
So when we opened up the body bag, this is what we saw. One thing that stands out immediately, at least to us, was there was a green plastic material that's located centrally within the debris and the skeletal remains.
Doctor, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Again, without the benefit of a laser pointer, is this where you're referring to the green?
Yes. And when we were able to pull that out and clean it, it was a melted green bucket. And then the rest of what you see is a collection of uh, human remains, including bones, soft tissue. The organs were found in this bag as well.
One seven seven oh, what did you observe there?
So similar to bag 1 of 3, in addition to the human remains that were in the bag, there were 2 additional bags within the body bag. One was a brown paper bag on the far left, and the other was a clear plastic bag that contained a brown paper bag with human remains in it.
Doctor, what did you observe in 177P?
So this is a photograph of the largest portions of the skull that we found in the top. That top piece, that is the frontal bone and portion of the orbits. On the left side is a large piece of skull bone. Obviously, both of them are blackened and charred and crumbly. And then the bottom is a portion of the mandible and maxilla, and you can still make out some teeth. They're partially charred and there's blackened material partially covering them.
Are you aware if any attempts were made during the autopsy to identify these remains through teeth and dental?
Yes, we had a forensic odontologist come to our office on the day of the autopsy to try and identify Tylee via dental comparison of antemortem records that we requested, and the postmortem dental x-rays.
Was that conclusive?
Yes, the forensic odontologist was able to make a positive identification based on dental x-rays.
Detective, can you identify what you saw in 177Q?
So as I stated, within bag 2 of 3, that was the bag where the organs were found that were identifiable. This is a photograph of the heart, which is right in the middle, and then the 2 lungs, which are on the right and left side. It's difficult to identify them. This isn't what heart and lungs typically look like. They're obviously charred. Portions of them are burned away and significantly shrunken as well.
Just for the clarification of the jury, again, without a laser pointer, are these areas the lungs?
Correct.
And this portion is the heart, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall about the size that was when you received it?
They were very small. My best estimate would be they're probably a quarter of the size that they typically are.
And if you can identify what you observed in 177S?
So in all cases, even if the organs are charred and shrunken, and we still examine them. So these are essentially sections that I've taken of the heart and lungs, and they've been laid out.
If you can identify what you observed in 177T?
So as I mentioned earlier, heart and both lungs were found, and we also found one kidney. So this is one of the kidneys, and you can see it's blackened and charred, and some of it has been burned away.
You can explain for the jury what was happening during 177V.
So in bag 2 of 3, if you remember, there was that large collection of human remains. So after we clean them off and clean off the dirt and all the other debris, this is what we found. So in bag number 2, I already stated a lot of the bones that we found, but in bag number 2, we found most of the skull bones, most of the vertebral column, the sternum, portions of ribs. We also found the clavicles, as well as multiple long bones from the upper and lower extremities and some foot bones as well. Now, again, these were not intact, pretty looking bones. They were partially burned away. They were crumbly. They were blackened. But this is what we essentially found after we cleaned everything up.
And if you can describe what you saw on 177X.
Yes, so this is within bag number 2. This is one of the additional brown paper bags found within the body bag. And you can see there's multiple charred small pieces of bone. Some of them appear to be foot bones, and some of them are unidentifiable.
You can identify when what you observe in 177Z.
So this was bag 3 of 3 that we received in a brown paper bag, as labeled remains of suspected female.
And 177AA.
So within that large paper bag, there are 5 additional smaller brown paper bags that were sealed and labeled. Each of these smaller brown paper bags contained small fragments of charred bone.
And 177B.
So again, this is one of the 5 additional brown paper bags that contained multiple fragments of small charred bone.
And are you able to tell, and it might be a little blurry through the ammo, what that bag is labeled?
It's labeled fire pit -B north. I can't make out the end of that. And then date 06/09/2020.
And just again, what were the contents of that bag?
There were multiple small fragments of charred, crumbly bone.
What did you observe in 177CC?
So this is the 3rd brown paper bag that was received within the larger paper bag. Again, it was sealed with tape and it was labeled. And the contents of this were, again, small fragments of charred, crumbly bone.
And 177DD.
This is the fourth bag that was received within the larger bag. Again, it's taped and labeled, and the contents of this also consisted of multiple small charred, crumbly bone.
And lastly, 177EE.
And this is the fifth bag that was received within the larger brown paper bag, also taped and labeled, and also containing, I believe, soft tissue and charred, crumbly bone.
Doctor, upon completion of your autopsy of Tylee Ryan, what did you do or did your lab do with her remains?
So after we collected and cleaned the bony remains, we sent all of the bones to the FBI for a detailed forensic anthropology report. We had them analyze it and produce a report.
Right. And did you review that report?
I did.
Okay. And did that report take any part in your findings or decision regarding Tylee Ryan's cause of death?
I think every information, I took into account. The report on this came back as they noted, and we noted also before, that there were sharp force markings on the bones, but they really detailed and took photographs of sharp force markings that were found on the sacrum and also on the right and left pelvic bone. So yes, it did play a role, and I did not sign out the case or come to my conclusion until I had all the information back.
Okay. And you did already answer this question yesterday, but because of the time, I would just ask you again, based on your autopsy and your training and education, what was your opinion concerning the cause of death of Tylee Ryan?
I determined the cause of death to be homicide by unspecified means.
Thank you. And just for purposes of clarity, can you remind the jury the criteria for a homicide by unspecified means?
Yes. So as we talked about yesterday, there's guidelines and criteria to go over briefly, just to remind you. One, it has to be objectively suspicious findings. So some of the examples they give is that the body is hidden out of plain view, say in a trunk of a car or in the forest and covered by branches or buried in the ground. Another example is that evidence was concealed, right? So they were lit on fire, they were dismembered, bleach was poured on them, something of that nature. So for criteria number one, this case clearly falls into that, fitting both of those criteria. For number two, it's the autopsy doesn't show an obvious cause of death or a better explanation for the cause of death. And the two examples they give there is, one, you have an intact body, you're able to examine it, look at all the organs, and you can't come up with the cause of death. The other example is that there's not enough of the body there for you to determine what the cause of death is. So Tylee would fit under that category. The third criteria is toxicology. That toxicology cannot explain why the decedent is dead. In this case, there was nothing in Tylee's toxicology where I felt I could explain her death. And then the fourth criteria is more based on history and some of the circumstances surrounding the death, the medical records. And we went over Tylee's medical records yesterday, and I didn't think there was a good explanation why otherwise young, healthy teenager would be dead. So those are the guidelines and the criteria I used to come to my conclusion.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I have no further questions.
All right, before you step away from the podium there, Mr. Wood, I do just want to note on the record the exhibits that were admitted. We referenced them as 176A through MM and 177A through EE. And I will note there are certain portions that are not included in. I guess what I'm saying is there are some missing letters within the sub exhibits in what I'm seeing with my courtesy copies.
Your Honor, we initially had more pictures and then limited what we were going to show to the jury based on what needed to be shown to explain the testimony.
Okay, so this might be tedious for a moment, but in order to keep the record clear, I'd like to go just read in individually those and make sure they track with the state's actual exhibits so that we do have the record of what was admitted on those. So starting with 176, we've got A, 176B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, X, Y. Then we've got 176B, B, C, C, D, D, E, E, F, F, G, G, H, H, I, J, J, L, L, and M, M.
In Your Honor, is that the court's courtesy copy or the exhibit copy?
That's the court's courtesy copy.
Okay. Did the court have 176 AA?
We do have AA. I may have misread that. So AA is also in there.
And it sounded like there was one missing, BB.
BB is there also.
Okay.
On 177, maybe it'd be easier to just say I had A through EE, and the ones I saw were not included. If you went alphabetically, would be there was no L, R, U, W, or Y. N. Oh. And also no N.
That tracks with the copy I have, Your Honor. And again, there were some photographs that we deemed unnecessary to put on, but they'd already been marked.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify so that neither the jurors nor somebody looking at the record was wondering where those were. They were not included or admitted. So thanks for addressing that. That will conclude then the direct examination of Dr. Warren. Mr. Pryor, once you're ready, you can go to the podium and conduct cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Warren.
Good morning.
As part of your review of the anthropology report, did you note that there were some canine bites of any time on any parts of the remains of Tylee?
I did not notice that on my examination, but I'd probably leave that up to the anthropologist.
Now, you talked previously about bruising and that you do a cut to determine whether or not it was actual bruise or not an actual bruise. But isn't it true there's really no way to determine on any bruise when the bruise occurred, is there?
It's difficult to get exact timing on a bruise. That is true. They've even done studies where they've looked at it under the microscope and try to, really pinpoint the time frame. And it is difficult. Some of the things you can look at are color of the bruise. So typically a fresh bruise is going to be blue, red, purple. As it gets older, it's going to turn brown, green, yellow. And then under the microscope, it usually takes several minutes for inflammation to come in. So if you take a section under the microscope and there's no inflammation, you can presumably say that it was fairly recent before the death. But yes, it is difficult to time bruises and abrasions postmortem.
So if some time had passed, and let's even say that some time had passed, and it was a situation where there was embalming fluid put in the body, and a significant amount of time had passed on bruising, would it be fair to say that at that point there'd be no way to determine what kind of bruising or how to date those bruisings?
Again, as I stated before, it's difficult to get an exact time of a bruise. You can give a time frame. I mean, there's definitely a difference between a fresh bruise and a bruise that's a week old, right? By the look at it under the microscope. In this particular case, on the arms, I took sections of the bruising and looked under the microscope. And what I saw was hemorrhage and no inflammation.
Okay.
So to me, what that means is that it was, probably right around close to around the time that JJ passed away, because you do need some time for inflammation to come in. But I did not see that on JJ.
Okay.
And Dr. Warren, would you maybe just pull that microphone down about 2 or 3 inches downwards? If it's more under your mouth, I think it picks it up better.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you.
But again, in general, when you're talking about bruising, one of the immediate ways to determine the age of a bruise is that if, let's say, a bruise was brown or brownish greenish, that would seem to suggest, at least generally, that was an older bruise. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And even if you dug into that bruise and you saw that there was hemorrhaging, that doesn't necessarily give you the ability to determine when that bruise was placed on the body or occurred. Is that fair?
I think it's fair to say it's difficult to determine the exact time of the bruise. It's more of a range.
Now you spoke about examining Tylee's medical records, and you were able to determine that she was a healthy young girl at the time that this occurred. And she was approximately how tall? Do you recall?
Well, I was unable to get a height at my examination because of the condition of the body.
But in looking at the medical records, were you able to obtain that information?
I don't remember off the top of my head how tall Tylee was.
Okay. Okay. Now, your examination cannot make a determination as to when the remains were put in the ground. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
And even in spite of the anthropologist report and your examination, the fragments that you found in the fire pit, you can't make a determination as to whether or not those were animal or human fragments in the fire pit. Is that right?
I'm not a forensic anthropologist, so
Okay.
I can't. I would not feel comfortable doing that.
Okay.
But that's the whole reason why I sent it to a specialist, a forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
So I think that's a better question for the forensic anthropologist.
And we should rely on a forensic anthropologist to make that determination. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Along with potential DNA evidence?
I think DNA specialists
Okay.
should make determination on DNA.
Have you, do you have a recollection of when the date of these two autopsies took place? Specific date?
Yes. So June 11th, 2020.
And the one you said took over a week, so that would have extended on through the 17th or 18th?
That's correct.
There is a term called heavy lungs. Do you recognize that term?
Heavy lungs is sometimes a term used when there's pulmonary edema. So pulmonary edema is when there's an excess amount of fluid in the lungs. You can get pulmonary edema for a wide variety of reasons. For instance, you can get it in congestive heart failure. Your heart isn't pumping as well as it should. Everything kind of backs up, fluid leaks into the lungs. You get heavy lungs, you get pulmonary edema.
Okay. And as a matter of record, you can get that pulmonary edema from the heart not operating properly. And for all practical purposes, the heart could look perfectly normal. Isn't that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There was no testimony earlier about heavy lungs. This is beyond the scope of Dr. Warren's testimony.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that the remains that were presented to you were significantly smaller than the remains of Tylee had she been alive at that time?
Again, I think that's probably a better question for the forensic anthropologist.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that I can say that we received Tylee and she was dismembered in multiple parts. So obviously, yes, it's going to be shorter than if she was intact, but what that means, or I'm not sure. I think I'd rather leave that question to a forensic anthropologist.
And from your examination, the vital organs were significantly smaller than what they would have been of a normal breathing human being, correct?
That's correct. That's very common in fire-related deaths, and the organs get charred. They shrink. They
Okay.
shrink and they lose weight.
Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect from the state?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Doctor, you were asked about the dating of bruises.
Yes.
Is bruising, can bruising be considered a form of trauma?
Yes.
And in a situation in which you viewed the remains of J.J. Vallow, would you be surprised to find bruising on that body?
I think any bruising or any injuries in a case like this is very significant.
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude then testimony of Dr. Warren. We'll make sure the exhibits are given to the clerk here. And is Dr. Warren going to be recalled, do you think, at any point by the state?
Your Honor, it's not likely. I guess it's possible in rebuttal, but so I guess the state would just keep him under subpoena for the time being.
Okay, so Dr. Warren, since you're under subpoena, there's an exclusionary order prohibiting you from viewing testimony. This case is available to see streamed live or here in the courtroom, so please don't do anything to view any testimony in case you are recalled or until you are advised you've been released from any subpoena in the court.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead and step down.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe there are certain portions of testimony Dr. Warren would be allowed to watch if they were presented.
Okay,
Judge, could
And
we,
and we
approach-
can clear that up later.
yeah,
could
that's,
we have a sidebar on this?
yeah, and I'll just, before we have sidebar, point out that's a proper argument Mr. Woods brought up, that the exclusionary order does not necessarily apply at times in certain aspects to what are considered expert witnesses. So you can go ahead and step down. We'll have a sidebar and then you can call the next witness, the state, and who will the next witness be?
Your Honor, the state needed just a moment with regards to the next witness as well and was actually going to ask for a sidebar.
Okay, let's have that sidebar.
Okay, more delays with sidebars. We've got Pryor wanting the expert witness not to listen to the testimony, I guess especially the testimony that his expert witness is going to come up with in regards to coyotes. I don't know what's going on there, but Pryor just let us like have a little sneak peek into what his expert witness might go with. It doesn't change the fact of what they did with the bodies afterwards, and that the bodies were found on the property. However, that kind of doubt of how Tylee may have died, and perhaps they just covered it up rather than being the ones who killed her, is the difference between him getting the death penalty and not. So it is quite important, and I can see why Pryor's pushing on it to put that doubt there, even though it seems ridiculous to us. Remember, there's two things here, not only the murders, but the conspiracy of it, and the fact that Chad Daybell is looking at the death penalty. Now, there'll be a secondary ruling from the jury in regards to that after they do their deliberations on guilty or not guilty on all of the charges. Yeah, Mark, that's one of the things that they go and look at. Mythbusters, that when a body is buried, there are gases that keep leaking from the grave quite a while. Exactly. And actually, with the oxygen and all being being taken out of the body, what he said about the heart and all of these organs being smaller, it's not that unusual. It's actually, as he stated, and as Rob Wood accurately got on the record, because Pryor was dancing around with it, he wouldn't let the witness answer. That is actually to be expected in fire-related trauma of the body. Okay, that's to be expected. They see it all the time. So there's our answer. Why is the heart smaller? Why are some of the other organs smaller than usual? Sorry, there is an actual explanation for that, John Pryor, and it was what was done to the body afterwards. I mean, coyote bites or whatever kind of dog bites or animal bites that he's going to. Remember, Tylee went missing. Last saw her in Yellowstone, the trip to Yellowstone. Yes, I was waiting to hear this testimony, but I thought in the Vallow trial we did hear that, Mandy, in regards to some kind of trauma to the bones on Tylee, but I can't be sure, but we could go back and find out. Of course, that gives us something to Google tonight. Yeah, Anna, right? That one of the bones did have some kind of striking implement, and I wonder if that's when the tools are going to come into play. Now, whether or not that was pre or post mortem is going to be whether they could determine that. Remember, the body was in such, I mean, that's why the testimony is so gruesome. The body was in such a condition, if you could call it a body. What was a body at one time? Yeah, I do, going back over my notes the last couple of days, Mandy, I think you are correct. Anna, I think you are correct too. When they talk about the anthropologist, okay, that is someone who is after the fact in the condition that the body was in, more of an expert to actually testify to that. And that may be when we hear it. If I recall, that is the second expert witness that actually brought that out. However, we'll see. We'll see if that's happened, because this witness, Dr. Garth Warren, was very specific into into this is my lane, what I can speak on confidently, but you should ask that question, Mr. Pryor, to the other expert, because that is their lane. Like, I'm not going to speculate on what that could be, and I'm not going to have my words twisted, which I thought was very good. He just he put a stop, he put a stop on it. The question is out there for the jury to hear. It's not stricken, but we'll be looking for that from the anthropologist should that witness come forward. Should they put that witness on the stand? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Mindy. A totally different witness. The other expert witness, like the one that Dr. Garth Warren just indicated, the actual one that's more studied in anthropology. And we always think, what, dinosaur bones and stuff, but no, the science of it after the fact, they're able to age things better. They're more scientific, and maybe we'll be able to tell if that striking wound and the striking blow on the bone in the pelvic or hip area, I forget which bone it actually was. If it was like the top, I think it was the hip bone or pelvic bone there. It's a hip joint in the pelvic bone. Oh, hip. Mandy's giving us links. Is this an article in regards to it, Mandy? How old is this? Let me see. The DNA on the pickaxe, right? Yes, exactly. Now, you see, that was what remember Pryor kept bringing up, the handles and everything like that. He's trying to get some of that evidence to be side-eyed. But yes, we're going to hear about this. I think it's going to be all tied in, Mandy. We just have to be patient. We got like 2 more weeks of them, although like prosecution and all, like at least another week and a half. I wish we could see the witness list. I would know better, like where we're at. Looks like sidebar. Well, John, okay. It looks like sidebar is finished. I love the articles, Mandy. You guys know, like coming in the morning and I've got new stuff, and it's usually like some of us on Twitter back and forth sharing articles and talking about the stuff we remember from the other trials and whatnot. Okay, Judge is back.
All right, we had a sidebar. There's an exhibit that the state's going to be proposing with the next witness, and the exhibit is in electronic format, and counsel for defense does need an opportunity to review the exhibit because apparently it's had some modifications since it was first reviewed by defense counsel. Because of the nature of the exhibit, what we discussed, just the most simple way to take care of that is we are going to have another break at this time to clear the courtroom so that defense counsel can review the exhibit in preparation for its being proffered. And so we'll take a break to take up this evidentiary issue, and then we'll come back on with the calling of the next witness.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so we're getting another break. 5 instances of sharp trauma. It's what I thought, Mandy. Like, thank you for clarifying. We tend to tune out when they start talking about the trauma. At least I do. Okay, it looks like we're going to be on break for a little bit again. And I missed the timing again. Did he say a short break while they work that out, or is he talking like this is early lunch? Like this again, they get me. My break time stamps are going to be all over the place. Let's just see. Yeah, it could have been like he could have mentioned both actual bones. You know, everybody could be correct. The hip, the pelvic, the femur at the top there, that all could have been mentioned at the time. Every time I go to get this article, though, it's giving me wants me to subscribe. I can't stand this. Okay. Uh. Huh. Oh yeah, they're doing yeah. East Idaho News also does day by day, so we could probably find the same. If anybody else is having trouble with that article, let's see if I can get the East Idaho News one. That was day 17, right? Mandy, I believe that article was. Let's see. Live updates from 2 days ago. Here we go. It may be in the transcript here. They also do another day, but post by post. I know Nate Eaton also. That was day 17 though. Maybe it was yesterday. Oh, it's day 18. Hold on. I gotta get a different day now. It was yesterday, right? Oh, let's change that to 18. Because today's 19, so. Okay. And here's the live updates, which would be the okay, so here's the live updates for yesterday. And we should see the beginning of his testimony, Dr. Garth in there. Mm. What I want to, I noticed that Pryor stood away, definitely stayed away from the GHB that was found in the liver. But Warren was really honest about that. That could have just been from decomposing. When they found the ethanol. Oh boy. Yep. I don't see where he goes into it direct. Well, it is from the other. That day 17 was from Lori Vallow trial. This was day 18 when Garth Warren started yesterday. I don't see anything that correlates with it yet. Let's see if it's the Vallow trial. Listen to part 2, day 17. Because remember, the Vallow trial was all done by audio. Like, we only got the audio version of everything. We never got to see everything going on. I'm sure that we're going to get the answer when the other expert does testify. And she gives me another one. The Independent. Aha. Thank you. That's the one I'm going to add. That's a good one there, Mandy. Everybody, that link is great. That one goes back to the Lori Vallow trial on the day. There's a forensic psychologist in the forensic psychologist from the Idaho State Police revealed that Tylee's blood was found on a pickaxe seized from the Daybell home. That's the testimony in black and white that they had on that day. Now, this is back in, this was reported on Thursday, April 27th of 2023. And they said quite graphically in the article that despite the efforts to hack at the teenager's body, jurors previously heard that the killer did not appear to manage to dismember her appropriately. Enough. Katie Dace was the forensic psychologist from, I wonder if she's going to be on there. It was an agent Douglas Halapaska, who is also a forensic examiner in firearms and tool marks. Now we may hear from him in this chart. This was he took the actual autopsy reports and all of the reporting from Katie Dace and everyone else involved in read through. And this agent, who is actually more qualified in the actual tool marks and firearms in post forensically post the trauma, he testified in the Vallow case. He stated that he could not state at that time exactly what tool caused the damage to Tylee's skeletal remains, but he said it looked like either a knife, a hatchet, a cleaver, or machete, or a similar tool, because of the chopping and the stabbing that had went all the way down to the hard part of the hip bone, causing it to fracture. And how at the hip bones and the sacrum had injuries and fractures caused by a chopping type action. That testimony, they pointed out that you could actually see where the fractures had begun, and the force of the impact that came down at a perpendicular angle like a swing. He said that the driving did not drive all the way through the hard layer of the bone, but you can basically see part of the bone and its damage there. They analyzed over 18 tools that were recovered from the Daybell property. They found several presumptive positive blood stains on the tools and on several of the tools that could be other evidence that could be charred flesh. During that trial, they brought in pictures of the tools and said that they found DNA on the tools and that DNA matched Ty Lee, which means tools from the property of Chad Daybell were used in the dismembering of Ty Lee Ryan. Distressing. I know it's what they did after that's even worse. I mean, it's all horrible. Don't get me wrong, every part, but it just seems like their actions and their disconcern and reading those emails in messages where they're celebrating that they're free. Like Lori acted joyous. I mean, even I got really upset with Zaluma yesterday when I read the messages back and forth with her and Lori and her being like, now Tammy is free to do her work. And they're all celebrating that this prophecy of Chad's had come true and that she was finally free, Tammy, to do good work. And that she was happy as if they spoke with her. That it was horrifying to me. The delusion. They're just what they're convincing themselves of. Absolutely just turned my stomach. Yeah. Thank you for the other article there, Mandy. We should hear from a DNA expert still. We're going to hear from the forensic anthropologist in actually from the ME's department. They also processed prints that they found on the black plastic bags. We know that those prints came back to Alex Cox. The name of the forensic anthropologist who testified in Lori Vallow trial was Dr. Angie Christensen, as she's examined over 100 bones belonging to Ty Lee and said that there were sharp impact injuries on the hip bones. She said the location of those injuries were inconsistent with dismembering because they usually would involve removing the limbs at the joints. Maybe they feel that that's where she was hit first to incapacitate her, to maybe just make her fall down the cliff. I don't know. And as far as what John Pryor is getting to, there was some evidence that one of the girl's legs had been gnawed on by an animal. Now, that could have been in the process of disposing of the bodies. That could have been at Yellowstone. Who knows? All I know is that's not what put her in the hole at Chad Daybell's property. We've never heard a good story on how they met their ends. We only have the results. We do know the people involved. We can't say who laid hands, did what. That's why the conspiracy charges. In the way the code is written, if they were all involved in the planning and the execution of this murder, they didn't have to lay hands on it or choke them or kill them or end their life to be guilty of murder. Because of the state of Ty Lee in particular's remains, it's going to be impossible to determine the exact cause of death, which is something that Pryor can use to avoid the death penalty. But I don't see how he's going to avoid conspiracy for murder at this state, which is what Lori really faced also in her trial and ended up with 3 life sentences. Guilty. Guilty, guilty. She didn't have to worry about the death penalty. They are able to say that JJ was actually smothered with plastic bags around his head and duct tape over his mouth. And today we heard that that duct tape went from his eyes to his throat, like all the way. They were serious about that. Oh, that's right. They did tie the hair. I remember that. It was definitely either on the clothing or on the tape. I do remember that they found Lori's hair. They've got Alex's fingerprints and palm prints on the bags. They also had documentation on the clothing that JJ was wearing was the same that he was wearing the last time he was seen in the arms of Alex Cox before being put to bed in the same pajamas last time he was seen. And I don't know what Pryor's going to use about the leg being gnawed by an animal to try to say that Chad couldn't possibly have had anything to do with this murder because, like, that, I don't know. They just have to, with all of the tools being on his property, with him actually asking Alex to come help him for certain things, when Tammy Daybell died. And then the burial of the children right on his property. There's no way he didn't know. I mean, I know that's speculation. If they have to see it in black and white, I don't know. It's going to be tough for the jury. In all honesty, I could say I don't really see them coming to the death penalty here. As horrific as these crimes are, they're not allowed to use emotion. The emotion that we are free to feel right now, and that this is so horrible that he should receive the death penalty. The jury's not allowed to look at it that way. They have to look at there's enough evidence that without a doubt it was him. I don't know if they're going to be able to get there. I'm pretty sure from what we're hearing that they're going to be able to get the conspiracy. They're going to get the reasonable that he did have a lot to do with the deaths and that they are dead because of him. And they may be able to get him life sentences, but I don't think they're going to get to the death penalty on it. It's a different reasoning when you're dealing with taking another human being's life. It is very serious, and I just don't see them crossing that line. There is no defense that the murders actually happened, Mark, with those kind of bodies, right? Exactly. I don't think he's going to be not guilty. I just don't think he's going to get the death penalty. No, Rocket, poor Pryor. John Pryor has not proved the teenage bipolar ninja turtle theory while you were away. Very sad. As hard as he tried, Aw. I hear you, Juju. I don't think anyone normal. I have to just keep thinking they are not normal, that they're psychopaths or something, because I agree. Like, who could do this? What was done to those children? To get at their money? To get them out of the way? So that these two could walk off into the sunset? I'd say go anyway. It's not like Charles or Kay wouldn't have taken JJ. It's not like Colby wouldn't have helped with Ty Lee. We're back.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Council, before we go on the record, are we ready to proceed? Were you able to review the exhibit with council?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready. We're ready to proceed. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jurors in, please.
Well, at least we got to have a nice discussion about the evidence from the Vallow trial in comparison to the Daybell trial. I hope we do see these other. I'm wondering who's going to come up first. Mandy, I think we may be getting the anthropologists. We might be getting Christensen. Exactly, Mandy. But you notice how we only hear from a few of the children. Yup. She's living in his house. She rents it from John Pryor, actually. But we only hear about two of them. We don't hear anything from the others. I'm wondering. Liz, I hear you. Tylee could have been in college, you know, she could have been independent. She could have stayed with her brother Colby if needed. She had other family. She had her aunt, you know. She could have even gone with Kay, with JJ to help, you know, because they were close. This didn't have to happen. There were other things they could have done. This just suited their needs for their beliefs to give them a better standing in that community. It's wicked. It's outright wicked.
Here's all present accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The state's getting prepared to call its next witness. Because I will likely forget to mention this before we call the witness, just a scheduling matter. I'd like to advise the court, everyone here, and the jurors as well. Tomorrow, there are some courthouse renovations taking place that are probably going to be pretty distracting when that happens. So we've had a request to stop trial tomorrow at 2:00. So we'll talk about a schedule possibly with a shorter lunch tomorrow going through, but we'll need to conclude by 2 tomorrow. So that will be the schedule. And then we'll have likely another just normal day on Friday. So apologies for doing that at a strange time. And again, I don't think I'll remember to do that otherwise. At this time, the state, I believe, Ms. Blake, you're going to be directing the next witness. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Go ahead and call your witness, please.
The state will call Detective Werther.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll note Detective Werther's now been placed under oath. I do have a couple of questions before we commence. Detective Werther, have you listened in on online or in person here any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
I have not.
Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've provided in this trial?
I spoke to Detective Duncan. I'm aware that he did testify, but we didn't discuss the content of his testimony.
Okay. All right, Ms. Blake, then you may proceed with your direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name again and spell it for the record?
Yes. My name is Ariel Werther. Ariel spelled A-R-I-E-L. Werther spelled W-E-R-T-H-E-R. My badge number is 649, and I work for the Chandler Police Department.
What is your current title or position within the Chandler Police Department?
The title is detective. I'm assigned to the robbery homicide unit of the Chandler Police Department.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer in general?
Yes, I attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy 2011. Prior to that, I worked as a dispatcher for the department for 3 years. And then since that time, I've engaged in ongoing training as required by AZ Post, which is the outfit that determines if a person is and can remain a sworn law enforcement officer in Arizona. I've also sought additional specialized training for the various units that I've worked in, including training relevant to what I'm testifying here today.
And you just talked about some of them, but have you held various assignments or positions within the Chandler Police Department?
I have. So initially I began, as I mentioned, as a police dispatcher, the civilian position, answering 911, dispatching police officers, things like that. That was in 2008. In 2011, I transitioned and became a sworn law enforcement officer, went to the academy. I worked on patrol for a total of 5 years. During 2 of those years, I was a field training officer, which would be a person who trains new officers in the job on in the field. And then I transitioned to working as a detective for the Special Victims Unit, investigating primarily sex crimes and family violence cases. And then that was in 2016. In 2020, I transitioned to working for the Robbery Homicide Unit, and I've been there since.
And then you referenced some training regarding what you're testifying to today. Can you tell me a little bit about what that training was or is?
I've attended multiple training events regarding the interpretation of cell phone records specifically, including 2 40-hour courses, one of which I attended earlier this year. And that provides training and guidance and practical experience, including projects that one works on in the class, in order to properly interpret data received from cell phone service providers. And then I've also had training on interpreting data extracted from mobile devices.
So focusing on that training with the cell phones, can you explain how a cell phone communicates with cell towers?
A mobile device on a cellular network would typically be serviced by a particular provider. That provider has a network of base stations or cell towers. We've all seen them as we move throughout the city and other places. Those have radio frequency antenna mounted to them that angle in particular directions and broadcast and receive signals that keep your mobile device communicating with the network. And the typically, if you are moving about, it may be the case that your device may begin connected to a particular cell tower, but then do what's known as a handoff and transition to a different cellular tower on the same network in order to provide what feels to us like an uninterrupted experience as it moves from one tower to the next.
And do you use call detail records to get information about a cell phone as well?
We do.
What is a call detail record?
Call detail records is a generic term for the records maintained by your cellular service provider that they maintain for their own purposes, for business purposes, and that log things such as when a particular mobile device connected to a tower, for what purpose. If it's a voice call, typically it'll say, the length of that call. And if it's a text message, it'll typically tell you things such as whether that's an incoming or an outgoing text message and what other phone numbers were involved in that communication.
How does law enforcement obtain call detail records?
Typically via a search warrant based upon probable cause and authorized by a judge, which is then served to the cellular service provider, and then they will produce the records ordered by that judge.
Were you working in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
Did you end up responding out to a call regarding a shooting?
I did.
Were you the lead investigator at that time?
I was not.
What were your responsibilities? Well, let me back up. Did you learn who the victim of that shooting was?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was Charles Vallow.
Were you assigned certain roles or responsibilities on July 11th of 2019?
I was.
What were those?
They were minimal at that time. As I mentioned before, I joined the robbery homicide team in 2020. So I was not on the team at this point. And as this was a fatal shooting investigation, that's the team that would respond out. I was at that time still in Special Victims Unit, but I had made no secret of the fact that I intended to test for the robbery homicide team in the near future. So as a matter of succession planning, I was invited to come out on various incidents that would be good training opportunities for me to see how the investigation was conducted. All of that is to say that much of my time at the scene was actually observing and not actually directly handling any particular responsibility.
At some point, were you given cell phone location data to review and analyze?
I was,
Do you know whose cell phone data that was?
yes.
And whose was it?
That was data extracted from a device belonging to Charles Vallow.
As part of your role in the investigation, did you review phone or call detail records in relation to other phones?
I did,
Do you recall the various providers that you looked at records from?
yes.
And who were those?
Those were T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T.
Do the records from all of the providers look the same?
They do not.
And can you explain a little bit about how they differ?
Each provider has their own, because again, these are maintained for their business records. They're not, law enforcement doesn't instruct them what data they have to keep. We can merely access the data that they do have. So each company has a different approach to how they maintain their data for their own purposes. Some are in spreadsheets, some are in text documents, some are multiple spreadsheets, some are much more consolidated. We take the data as they have it and analyze what they give us.
And in this case, were you the officer that drafted any of the search warrants for these call records?
No,
Did somebody else draft the search warrants?
that's right.
And then you were provided the data, the responsive data to analyze?
That's correct.
And did that include analyzing GPS?
It did include analyzing GPS location data, which was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone.
Is it fair to call the call detail records raw data?
Yes,
And do you use a program to analyze that data once you have it?
yes. The Chandler Police Department has access to a program called Trax, formerly under a company called ZX, but they've transitioned to a company called LexisNexis. But the tool is a data analysis tool that we're able to use to analyze raw records that we are given by the companies.
And can you explain a little bit about how that program interprets the data to get a location of a cell phone?
Yes, you were, as mentioned previously, your device connects to various towers as you use voice, data, text, whatever you may be using. And we request and obtain from the providers locations of the towers and details about the tower. Typically, a tower is going to have multiple sectors. So while you have one tower, ordinarily that tower has antenna facing in sectors divided up to provide 360-degree coverage. The data they provide indicates the azimuth, which is a fancy term for the 360-degree angle if you were looking down on the tower from above, that particular sector is facing, and then they provide the GPS location of where that tower is located in the world. And the call detail records will typically indicate when a particular communication event took place, which tower it connected to, and which sector. Using that data, then one can get a general coverage area for where the device was most likely to have been at that time.
And when you talk about this program Trax, I think you also mentioned ZX. Is that what it used to be?
Yes, that was the company that initially developed it, I believe.
Is that program only available to law enforcement?
No, it's my understanding that it's available to paying customers who want to use it for various purposes. I'm familiar with instances where it's been used by defense and people doing private analysis.
In your experience, do cell phone companies use technology that looks for the best signal?
Typically. So as I mentioned before, you may start a call in one place and you either may move or you may not for one reason or another. During the course of that call, your device could switch to a different tower because the signal's better. Environmental conditions can impact signal strength, line of sight, obstructions in the environment, and then again, when we move and our devices move with us.
And to be clear, when we talk about the location of a device, that's the cell phone itself, not necessarily the person it's associated with. Is that correct?
Correct. Call detail records can tell you information about where a device most likely was at a given moment. The question of who's holding the device is something that must be examined or determined from context or other means.
And we've talked about in this particular case, you were given some phone records to review.
Yes,
Do you recall what you looked at in this case?
I do.
And what was that?
So there were records of 4 different phone numbers, again, between Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, that were attributed to various people involved in this investigation. Again, I did not write the warrants to obtain that data. I was just given the data after it had been obtained.
When you're provided phone records, what are you looking for?
So typically, what I want to determine if there are claims that have been made in this investigation or are relevant to the investigation that could possibly be tested by the data set that I've been given. There are certain questions that your cell phone data set might be able to answer and certain questions that they cannot. So if, for example, someone said that in a room with just the 2 of you there, you said a particular thing, I'm unlikely to find an answer to that in your cell phone data records. It's not likely to be there. But as far as analyzing when and where people tended to be, or if they were in fact communicating without necessarily knowing what they communicated about, those are things that one can evaluate. So you look at the records and try to determine by looking at them if there are reasonable conclusions that can be reached from what's in that data set that would be relevant to your case.
And in this case, did you prepare an exhibit of the information you reviewed?
I did.
And was the information you reviewed extensive?
Yes,
Do you feel that the exhibit would aid you in your testimony today?
it would.
Do you feel it would aid the jurors in understanding the evidence you're going to talk about?
I do believe it would.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. However, I had talked with counsel in the court before. I have it plugged into my laptop ready to play. It does take a minute to upload. Counsel has been provided a copy. I would ask to publish at least the first slide of it for identification purposes.
Okay. If there's no objection, then we'll go ahead and permit you to publish that first slide. And I'll note also, we did provide time for defense counsel to review this on the break. So you can do that, Ms. Blake.
And I will indicate there should be a mouse up on the stand for the detective to use as we get further.
I think also we would have the option here to just put that on the witnesses monitor and not publish to the jurors. Is that preference yours?
For identification purposes, the first slide does not contain much information. It does contain some phone numbers, however, that were analyzed.
Okay, well, we can just go ahead and publish that on the big screen then also. And I don't think that would be a problem if the jurors viewed that.
And Detective Werther, do you recognize the slide we're seeing on the screen?
I do.
Was this in fact prepared by you?
It was.
And did you and I meet yesterday to review the exhibit as well?
Yes.
And was it an accurate copy of what you created?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 43.
Any objection?
There's no objection, Judge.
Oh, very well. Exhibit 43 is entered, and as it's an electronic type exhibit, Ms. Blake, if you could just describe a little bit for the record what the exhibit is.
Yes, Your Honor. The exhibit is a PowerPoint. I believe it contains approximately 128 slides. I know it's 120 something slides, as well as a few embedded things as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Detective Werther, on this first slide, do you see some phone numbers listed?
I do.
And you previously mentioned that you looked at 4 call detail records for 4 numbers.
That's right.
Are those the 4 numbers that you looked at detail records for?
Those are the 4 numbers. And then that last item mentions Charles Vall's phone extraction. That's because, as I mentioned before, that's data taken directly from the device, not from a cell phone service provider.
And as we start moving through this, what are we seeing? Actually, let me back up. What records were you given? Are those what were depicted on the first slide?
Yes, and the slides that follow will show them again as well.
What are we seeing on this first slide?
This is just to orient the viewer or the reader that my analysis pertains to Chandler Police Department's investigation numbered 2019-83744, a shooting investigation in the city of Chandler in Arizona that occurred on July 11th, 2019. This is a CAD call. CAD call is a computer-aided dispatch call, which is what's sent to the officers to notify them they need to go to a place for a particular reason. And it shows the time that the call to 911 was received was 8:36. And a dispatcher or a call taker entered the initial comments here, RP shot brother-in-law. This call was made by Alex Cox,
And what would RP stand for?
reporting party.
And if we move to the next slide. And on this slide, what are we seeing here?
This represents the records that I was given and that I used in this analysis for a particular phone number, that phone number being 808-755-5452, which is a Verizon number. And when it was given to me, it was attributed to being a phone used by Lori Vallow.
And if we move forward. And what are we seeing on this slide?
This is the same sort of breakdown, and I should have mentioned each of those line items that one reads on these slides. Those are the titles of the documents I was given pertaining to the particular record. So this is a T-Mobile phone number, 480-692-9562, also attributed to Lori Vallow.
So this is a second device attributed to Lori Vallow that you looked at.
Correct. And one thing I noticed, and I've noted it here when I received these records, no logs of text messages were received, so received by me. Ordinarily, your call detail records include not only the voice calls that you make and receive or that your device makes and receives, but also any text messages sent. For whatever reason, and I don't know what it is, I did not receive text message logs pertaining to this number.
And then if we move forward, what are we seeing on this slide?
This tells you of the records from Verizon for number 480-351-9120 attributed to Alex Cox, and again, a listing of the documents that I received for this analysis.
And then if we move forward from there, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is a listing of AT&T documents pertaining to number 515-402-0143. And when I was provided these records, I was told that they were attributed to Chad Daybell.
And when you looked at these particular records, did you notice who it appeared that the phone attributed to Chad Daybell had been in contact with?
I did notice various communications between this and primarily one other number on the day in question.
And what other number was that?
The primary number was one of the two numbers attributed to Ms. Lori Vallow. It's shown throughout the slides as to which of those two particular numbers it was.
And when you talk about on the day in question, what specific day did you look at these call details for?
I mostly limited my analysis to the day of the shooting in Chandler, as that was my task to analyze what these records could tell us about that particular event. So that previously mentioned July 11th of 2019.
And then if we move forward, you'd previously mentioned that you looked at the locations extracted from Charles Vallow's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look at any other data in relation to Charles' phone at that time?
No.
And can you remind us again or explain the difference between the records for Charles' phone versus those for Lori, Alex, and Chad?
Yes, so all of the four numbers that we've gone through, those are records. As I mentioned, a warrant was sent to a cell phone service provider, and then they provided in return various records related to their customer and that particular device and what it was doing during the time frame authorized. This is different in kind. This is data extracted from Mr. Vallow's mobile device. And that data, as I understand, is primarily sourced from GPS, which is a different system than when your device is communicating with a cell phone tower.
And if we move to the next one, what are we seeing on this slide?
So this is to help orient the viewer to how this is going to be represented, this data from Charles' device. So we have the ability at the department, I'm not one of the people who does it, to extract data directly from someone's device. And then that data produced as a spreadsheet that was given to me can be mapped GPS coordinates, same as we all use if you've ever used a mapping device on your phone to be able to get from one place to another. That sort of data is the type of data we're talking about. And in the presentation, the data from the phone extraction for Charles Valley will be represented as points, as you see on the screen, in red. And that point represents the latitude, longitude that was extracted from the device.
And the red specifically will be in reference to Charles Vallow's phone?
Correct. I've color-coded the individuals associated with their devices, so that it helps the viewer to keep track of which device we're looking at a given point.
And if we move forward to slide 10, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is to help, again, orient what you're about to see. These are cell site markers. So we have Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile up on the screen. And when a cell site or a cell tower was indicated in the records as having communicated with the given device, they've been color coded. So blue for Lori Vallow, yellow for Chad Daybell's device, and green for Alex Cox's device. And the tower will be represented by that color coded pin.
And if we move forward to the next slide, what are we seeing on this slide?
This slide again shows the various devices, and it shows the color coding of what's known as an H-plane, which I'll discuss in more detail on the next slide, but it shows that that color coding will be maintained for those as well.
And then if we move to slide 12. And I think you said you discussed the H-plane a little bit more. Can you explain what we're seeing on this slide and what the H-plane is?
H-plane is short for horizontal plane, and as I mentioned before, towers have sectors, and the records indicate a device communicated with a particular sector. So as you see, that black dot is the location of the cell site with which the device was communicating. And the line is the azimuth, or the direction that the antenna was oriented on that sector that the device communicated with. This particular shape is an estimate of how the radio frequencies that are broadcast from that particular sector would propagate. So testing that's been done in a thing called an anechoic chamber, which is basically a room, the purpose of which is to dampen sound and radio frequencies, to dampen their reflection off of objects and so forth, has allowed engineers to determine approximately the shape in which those radio frequencies are broadcast from a particular sector. Now, that would be under laboratory circumstances. The real world is not a laboratory circumstance. So this is a representation of what one would expect in a laboratory from the performance of that sector. It's important to understand this is not where you see this color-coded shaded area. This is where the device is most likely to have been for that event, but it is not a claim that the device had to be within that area or definitely was within that area. It's an estimate of a likely location.
And then if we move forward to the next slide, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is again to orient us to what we're going to view throughout most of the exhibit. So in producing the exhibit using Google Earth Pro with processed records that can be mapped and viewed in Google Earth Pro, there's certain features that one should be aware of. This top thing in Google Earth Pro is known as a timeline slider bar, and it allows one to move forward and back in time through the records and indicates at what point in time one's currently looking. Then this shaded area, as I mentioned before, is the estimated device location for one of the devices mapped in blue. This one is for one of the devices mapped in green. If you have multiple devices, they'll both be on the screen at the same time with their estimated locations. And then the red points there is an estimated location of the extracted GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone.
And what are we seeing on this next slide?
Just in order to reduce clutter on the screen. I've used shorthand. In this case, everyone has different initials, so that seemed a reasonable way to do it. So where you see CV, that refers to Charles Vallow. Where you see LV, that refers to Lori Vallow. CD refers to Chad Daybell, and AC refers to Alex Cox with their various color coding, again, and just to reduce clutter.
And then what are we going to see on these next slides?
These next slides will start bringing us into representations of the actual analysis of these various records when they're all put together.
And,
So,
what are we seeing on this slide?
yes, thank you. So this was, as mentioned before, I provided some of this information on July 11th, 2019, 8:36 a.m. Chandler police received the 911 call regarding a shooting alleged to have been in self-defense at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler. Police officers responded. They contacted Alex Cox at that location and found Charles Vallow inside deceased with multiple gunshot wounds. And during the course of the investigation, Lori Vallow returned to the scene at 8:48 in the morning with her daughter, Tylee Ryan. Interviews were conducted with the various people involved, and then cell provider location data, as we've discussed, was later obtained, and the cell phone location data was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone.
And if we move forward, what does this slide depict?
As I mentioned before, when you have a certain amount of information about a case and then you have the data set, the question is, what can that data set possibly tell me? Does it support the claims? Does it refute the claims? Or does it tell me nothing about the claims? These are some of the things that I noted that seemed like they could be tested by looking at the data. So some of these claims include things like the particular time that Charles Vallow was said to have arrived at the South Four Peaks Drive location, the question of whether Lori Vallow was or was not present at the time of the shooting, whether she did in fact end up with his cellular phone after the shooting, which is a claim that was made, whether the children were present, and then events after the shooting. The claim had been made by Lori that she went to a nearby Burger King and that she went to a drugstore to buy flip-flops for herself and the children. She said they had to leave without shoes because of the event, and that she dropped JJ off at Lauren's Life Academy, which is a school that he attended, and then returned after doing all those things. And one other thing is she had made the claim that Alex called Lori after the shooting and they discussed whether he would call 911 or not.
So those are all things that you felt you could try to verify or disprove in looking at the various events and timeline given?
Yes, these seem like things that cell phone estimated locations and also communication records should be able to at least give some indication of whether these things were supported or refuted by the data.
And if we move forward, were you looking to corroborate or find something that would refute some of the information provided?
Yeah, so specifically with reference to the cell phone, the call detail records from the various providers and also locations on Charles's phone, it's important not to take those things at case value and say, well, the data says that the device was there, so it absolutely had to be there, because the data has an error rate. All data has an error rate. So one of the other things we try to do when we're doing investigations is find other means of corroborating or refuting the data, because if the data are not accurate, we want to know that. And so we're looking for other things that might show. And throughout the presentation, I try to intersperse some of those things that we found.
And regarding the records you received, what is the first thing you did with the records?
The first thing that I did with the records when I received them is look through the actual raw records and see what sort of records even I had been given, and notice certain things like, again, the lack of text detail for Lori. And so I asked if that was somewhere else and determined that for one reason or another, and I don't know why we don't have it. So after looking through the records, I used that program we discussed previously to produce a file that can be viewed in Google Earth Pro, so that I can put all of the various data sets alongside one another in a timeline, mapped, and then move through them and see what each of the data sets indicates about what the device was likely doing during that time.
And again, was your analysis restricted to the events of July 11th of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Were the records set to a specific time?
Yes, because we were investigating an incident in Arizona, they're all interpreted in Arizona. Typically, when they provide the records from the subscribers, they're going to set them to GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, also known as Zulu time sometimes. Arizona is always 7 hours behind that. So all of these records are set to GMT -7. And that includes the records for Chad Daybell, which indicate that in fact he was in Idaho at the time, which is a different time zone. But in order to be able to see them all as they actually happened, I set his records to Arizona time. Otherwise, what you would see is all the Arizona events, and then 1 hour later, you'd see an Idaho time event that in reality had happened 1 hour earlier. It would be very confusing.
And if we move forward, is this an animation you created?
Yes.
And can you explain what we're seeing here?
The purpose of this animation is to orient the viewer to the general areas that are going to be involved in this analysis. So that's the Phoenix metro area. Chandler is on the left-hand side. You'll see the map pop up again as the data loads. And then certain areas of particular interest to the case are being labeled as we watch for reference to get you a general idea of where they're all located.
And there's a residence there. It looks like a house icon.
Yes.
What does that represent?
The one on the left side of the screen, because I've used two house icons, the one on the left is 5531 South Four Peaks Place, which is the incident location of the shooting. And I should mention, although it's likely obvious, that north is the top of the screen and it will remain so throughout the animations.
And then the other residence that we see there?
That is Alex Cox's residence at, oh, that should not have done that. Alex Cox's residence at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan Valley.
And there are some other,
Yep, Santan Valley.
and there are some other icons there. Are we going to talk more about those a little later?
We will talk about those locations as they come up.
And if we move forward,
Yes, I think we should. Oh. There we are.
and what are we seeing on this screen?
This is an estimate of the distance from the 5531 South Four Peaks Place address to a Burger King that wound up becoming an area of relevance, and the estimated distance is 1.96 miles.
And if we go to the, and is that the measurement that was depicted on that screen?
That is the measurement depicted on that screen, yes.
And on this next one, what are we seeing here?
This is an estimated distance from the Four Peaks Place address to Lauren's Life Academy, which, as I previously mentioned, is the school that JJ attended at the time. The measurement depicted on the screen is an estimate that says 7.2 miles.
And if we move to the next one, what are we seeing here again?
This again is that CAD call hard copy showing that the 911 call was received at 8:36.
And if we go to the next slide, did issues of timing and what was reported as far as times cause concern early on in the investigation?
Yes, we pretty quickly noticed there's an issue of plausibility as far as the timeline. If the 911 call was received at 8:36, and if Lori returned to Four Peaks at 8:48, which is 12 minutes later, you notice you have to go about a little over a mile to go to the Burger King, and then 7 miles round trip to go to the academy. Added in the claim that there was a stop at a drugstore, we began to become concerned about a delay in calling 911, which is ordinarily concerning. Ordinarily, if a shooting event happens, 911 is normally called relatively quickly.
And I think I'd failed to ask, did Lori report that she'd stopped at that Burger King
She did.
and then that she'd taken JJ to school?
Yes, and I should clarify, I spoke to her. She told me she stopped at a Burger King. I'm not positive she specified that one.
Was that one on the way to JJ's school?
Yes, I think it's the nearest one, and it's also between the two locations.
And then she also reported stopping at a drugstore?
That's right.
And if we move forward, what do we see on this slide?
This is the first location data point among all the data sets that I had for that day. This is an indication of a GPS location from Charles Vallow's phone, and you'll see right there on the left-hand side True by Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway.
And what are we seeing here?
This is an overlay of a receipt that was later recovered when we went to the True by Hilton that indicates that that is in fact where Mr. Vallow was staying on the date in question. So as I mentioned, we're trying to see if data appear to be accurate or not. This does appear to show him at the hotel where he was known to be staying, or his device at the hotel where he was known to be staying.
And in moving to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
So this is a record from the 0143 number attributed to Chad Daybell, where it texts the 9562 number attributed to Lori Vallow. As I mentioned, for that 9562 number, I don't have text logs. So to the extent that I can examine those communications, it has to be viewed from the records produced regarding the 0143 number. And this here would be the estimated location of that 0143 number at the time, which is 6:06 in the morning, Arizona time.
And if we go to the next slide,
This is advancing the time to 6:12 in the morning, and this is Lori Vallow's 9562 number texting Chad Daybell's 0143 number.
and this is again on July 11th of 2019.
That's right.
And if we go to the next slide,
Advancing again to 7:01 in the morning, the Chad Daybell 0143 number texts the Lori Vallow 9562 number. And these are just, again, the mapping estimates associated with each of these communication events for the 0143 number.
and moving forward, what do we see here?
This is starting back at that 0003 GPS event, and it showed the various GPS events all the way up to 0716. If you saw them popping up on the screen and then passing, it would show that they were all generally in the area of that hotel until 7:16 in the morning on the 11th.
And then if we move to the next couple slides,
So at 7:16 in the morning, the device, Charles Vallow's device location data shows it traveling from that Hilton through various streets to the area of the Four Peaks residence. And one of the things I wanted to highlight here, as I mentioned, all data has an error rate. Yes, I do not have any reason to believe that Charles Vallow's phone was actually in the backyard of that neighboring house. There's just an error rate, and that's something to keep in mind when one reviews these things. But it shows it arriving in the area of the Four Peaks residence at 7:32 in the morning.
and the last communication between Chad and Lori prior to this that you noticed was about 7:01 or just after 7 in the morning.
That's right, on that device, yes.
And if we move forward, what are we going to see here?
This is going to show, again, the 0143 number, texting Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and this is at 7:33 in the morning. This is the same approximate time that the device data indicates that Charles Vallow's device arrived near Four Peaks.
And again, we don't have the content of those messages. Is that correct?
I do not have those. If someone has them, I'm not aware of it.
And this is a device associated with Chad texting a device associated with Lori.
That's right. And I'm not familiar with the area, of course, but I imagine those of you up here are more likely to recognize this area.
And if we move forward,
So until 7:50, the data from Charles Vallow's device indicates it was in the general area of the Four Peaks address. Then about 7:50, you see that it has now moved away and out towards the surface street, which is Gilbert Road. So that's approximately 18 minutes after the device arrived near Four Peaks. It is now off and in transit, and about 46 minutes prior to the time when the 911 call will occur.
And you previously indicated it was stated Lori Vallow ended up in possession of Charles' phone.
Yes, that's the claim she made, and that's also how it was later recovered by one of the detectives, was from Ms. Vallow.
And if we, actually, I'm looking at the time. Judge, would you like us to keep going?
Well, I think we ought to go ahead and take the noon recess at this time, Ms. Blake. So we'll go ahead and take lunch. Let's start back up right at 1 o'clock, please.
All right, please.
Okay. Looks like we are going on to break now for lunch. That's going to be an hour. And then we will all be back here for the rest of the afternoon. Yes, thank you, Mark. I just saw it. I can see the time, but the stream time is actually 3:41, which is the stream times what I need. But I appreciate it, Mark. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we've got an hour's break for lunch. I'll put some music on. I want everybody to stretch. I'm going to take this time to let the dog out and take care of some business. And we'll all be back here. Oh, there's been some interesting articles dropped. If you guys want to read up on some of the LDS opinion in regards to Chad Daybell's, like what's going on there with the community in regards to their beliefs. They do have some support for the beliefs of Lori and Chad, but not great. There's also articles in there about Lindsey Blake. So we shall be back in a little bit. I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to mute. I'm going to put some music on, and I will be back.
Thank you. Please be seated.
We are back. They are back, calling the jury in. That was quick. Almost. Yes, those emergency text alerts can be quite alarming, can't they? Sure, they just come through the phone like so. Right. Enjoy your nap. That must have been an unsettling couch, especially if you're in a quiet place like a museum. It looks like we'll be continuing our testimony from Detective Ariel Werther from Chandler Police Department.
Right. That's best.
That was weird, but I didn't understand what.
All right, please. Please offer the account for your arm.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. Detective Werther's on the stand. I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony. And Ms. Blake, you were conducting direct if you'd like to continue. And if you're still publishing the Exhibit 43, you can do that as well.
Thank you. And we may need to go back one screen.
More than one. There are a few auto advances, and I think they did their thing while we were away.
And I think this is the slide we left on, correct?
Believe so.
And again, to remind the jurors, what were we seeing on this slide?
This was GPS location data extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, and this represented that at about 7:50 in the morning, the device left the area of the Four Peaks address that we've been discussing. I had mentioned that that's about 18 minutes after the device arrived and about 46 minutes before the call would be made to 911.
And I think we talked about it, but I believe Lori had indicated she had Charles' phone with her.
That is what she had claimed, yes.
And if we go to the next slide.
Okay.
What are we seeing on this slide?
This slide is representing, these are those H-planes we had discussed before, indicating where a device most likely was at the time an event happened. This event is actually a call that should have stayed up. This is a call made between Alex and Lori, between Alex's device and Lori's device, rather. And shows that at 7:52, sorry, the auto advance is going to keep doing that. At 7:52, you can see the devices are communicating, and it shows the most likely location where those two devices were at that point.
So Lori and Alex's device were communicating.
Correct. That was a voice call at 7:52 between the two. Recall the claim had been made that after the shooting that Alex and Lori communicated via phone, and this is one of a few instances I found where there was a voice call between their devices.
And that was before the 911 call.
Before the 911 call, we've not got to the 911 call yet.
And then what are we seeing here?
These would be those overlapping H planes. So the blue represents the most likely area for Ms. Vallow's device to have been, and the green is the most likely area for Alex Cox's device to have been. The green, of course, includes the Four Peaks address, and the blue includes the Burger King we're going to talk about momentarily.
All right. And if we go forward,
Yes.
and what are we seeing here?
This is location data derived from Charles Vallow's device, which shows that at about 7:55, it was in the area of that Burger King on Ocotillo Road that we previously highlighted.
And if we go forward, what is this slide telling us?
This is my way of, we talked about wanting to corroborate data and then, or refute the data if it turns out to be the case that the data isn't reliable, and also to test the various claims. So if it is true that Lori Vallow was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone at this point, then that location data in the Burger King parking lot area would also be representative of where Ms. Vallow likely was. That would show the data set were apparently reliable, and it would also show that Ms. Vallow appeared to have the phone. So to test those claims, we look for that evidence. And one of the things I did in order to look for that evidence is go to that Burger King to view that video and see if in fact we saw Ms. Vallow.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes.
And if we move forward, and what are we going to see in these next slides?
So these will be 3 different video clips recovered from the Burger King location. I went there and I viewed them in person, and then they were later provided by the Burger King security personnel. You see the timestamp of 7:54. One of the things I do, and that I did in this case, is while I was at the Burger King, I checked what their video system time thought the time was, and I checked that against my work cell phone, which I know to be reliable, and it showed that their timestamps appeared to be accurate. So the 7:54 is roughly accurate to the time.
And is this particular vehicle one associated with Lori Vallow?
It is. I personally observed this vehicle not the day of the shooting, but the next day. This red Kia Sorento with this particular Colorado plate that you see up on the screen. I went to the Four Peaks address on the 12th and I saw that vehicle. And just for reference, I think I've enlarged the area where the plate is to show that it seems to be generally consistent with those characters.
And do you recall learning that Lori indicated she'd heard the shot,
That's what I was told, yes.
and yet she's at the Burger King at approximately 7:54?
That's right.
And the 911 call does not come in until about 8:36?
That's right.
And then if we go forward,
Video from the drive-through that momentarily will show a person that I recognize as Ms. Lori Vallow, having seen her in person.
and from this video, could you tell who was in the vehicle with her?
I can tell that there's at least one other person in the vehicle. I personally can't see that person clearly enough to say who that person is.
And were you aware that Lori indicated she'd left the residence with both of her children?
That's right.
And do you recall the approximate distance from this Burger King and the residence Lori was residing at the time?
I said it earlier, it was 1 point something miles. I don't recall what followed the decimal,
Fairly close distance then.
relatively.
And again, according to Lori, she'd already heard the shot. So at this time, according to Lori, Charles was already shot.
According to her claim, yes,
And she's at a Burger King drive-through.
correct.
And what are we seeing in this slide?
This is the video from the drive-through after the order's been accepted, and it'll show the vehicle leaving at 7:55 a.m.
And was this consistent with where Charles' phone location showed his phone?
That's correct.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
This just goes back to that claim. So now we have, if we see Lori there, we see Charles's phone puts the phone location data in that general area. So this would suggest that the claim that she had the phone is supported by this evidence.
And if we move forward, what are we seeing here?
This is going to be another call, I believe, between Alex Cox's phone and Lori Vallow's phone, and also location data extracted from Charles's phone. And as the animation continues, there will come a point where the H plane from the phone call for Lori Vallow will be overlaid, I believe. Yes, there it is. And you'll see, as I mentioned before, the H plane is where the device is likely to have been. And then Charles Vallow's GPS data also is within that H plane. So those devices are indicated to have been in the same general area. And there is Alex's H plane in green, showing an area that does include the Four Peaks address. And these are the details for each of those calls coming up on the screen now.
And if we move forward,
So the claim had been made that Ms. Vallow stopped at a drugstore to buy flip-flops or sandals for at least for herself and at least one of the children. This is location data from Charles's device showing it arriving at around 8:08 in the area of a Walgreens on Lindsey. It does not stay for very long, and then actually is going to go to a different drugstore, also Walgreens, I believe. This, I believe, is at 8:16. That'll come up in a moment at a Walgreens on 785 South Cooper. Yes, that's 8:16. And these are the location data from Charles's phone again.
and again, she's at a Walgreens prior to any call being made to 911.
Call to 911 has not yet been made.
If we continue,
So that slide is redundant, sorry. This would be the video that I recovered from that Walgreens, showing that at 8:16 on their timestamp, Ms. Lori Vallow walks in. And there's the register view of her buying the sandals as claimed.
and did this match up with the location data on Charles' phone?
Yes, again, everything has an error rate, but the device is in the area of this Walgreens at the same time,
And again, this is presumably after Charles has been shot, according to Lori.
according to Lori.
And again, prior to the 911 call being made.
Correct. So now we're at 8:20 and the video shows Ms. Vallow walking out.
And then what are we seeing here?
This is the location data from Charles of the device again, picking up over by Gilbert Road and then transitioning down towards the Lawrence Life Academy. You see that one data point that's in the area of the academy in the parking lot. And that data point's details will come up in a moment, and I believe it's 8:20 in the morning. Oh, sorry, 8:32. My apologies.
And again, Lawrence Academy is where JJ was attending school.
That's right.
And if we move forward, what are we seeing here?
This is going to show Charles Vallow's device location at the time that the 911 call was placed by Alex Cox. So that's the device location in red on Gilbert Road, north of the freeway. And that is the H-plane for the 911 call made from Alex's Cox device, which initiated the police investigation in this matter. This, for reference, is about 63 minutes after the device location data from Charles's phone first arrived in the area of Four Peaks in the morning.
If we move forward,
This brings us back to that CAD call, showing again that it's 8:36, just so that we're oriented. We're back to that point that I brought us to earlier.
and if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This is going to be the phone location data from Charles's device in transit down towards the Four Peaks address. There's a point just north of the freeway right now. And then it should pick up and show it arriving in the area of Four Peaks. This is the detail for one of those data points, showing that it's about 8:49 in the morning that you see the device is now in the area of the Four Peaks address.
And did that correspond with the time Lori arrived back at
It-
that residence?
It did.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
So this is taken from Officer Krautheim's body-worn video, and one sees Lori and Tylee arriving, and I noticed that the flip-flops do appear similar to the ones that we just saw purchased, so I've highlighted those. And then because the way he had his camera oriented, I have to turn the timestamp over for it to be read. And this is represented in Zulu time, which is also GMT, so you subtract 7 hours, you get 8:48 in the morning Arizona time. So again, the data from Charles' device is once again corroborated by something independent, in this case, the officer's body-worn video.
And if we move forward from here, what are we seeing?
This is more data corroboration. So there is an incoming call to Charles' device at 10:25. And the center of the screen where I've labeled Chandler PD, that's where the Chandler Police Department main station is. So what I did to check that is if he was at the main station, there would be evidence of that. And I see that at 10:25, there's Alex in one of the interview rooms.
And there's an indication that it was a missed call from M. Boudreau.
Right.
Do you know who that is in reference to?
I'm aware that that person's related to this case. I'm not fully aware of the facts of their involvement.
And would it be Melanie Boudreau?
That's right.
And if we go forward from here,
This is another incoming call, 10:26, again showing the H-plane does cover the area of the Chandler Police Department. And to corroborate that, there we are at 10:26 with Alex in the interview room.
and it shows a missed call from an S. Shiflett. Do you know who that was in reference to?
Yeah, I think the name is Summer Shiflett.
Do you know if she's Alex Cox's sister?
I believe that's right.
And this is Alex in an interview room?
Yes.
If we go to the next one. What are we seeing here?
This shows that at about 10:40, that's Detective Nate Moffett there. He's returning some items to Alex, and that includes Alex's cell phone. So we've been seeing those missed calls and the indication the device was in the area of that H plane, and there is the device.
And I think you said 10:40. Would it have been approximately 11:40?
Yes, thank you.
And if we move forward from here, what are we seeing on this slide?
This is an incoming call to Alex's device at 12:10, and the H plane once again covers the Four Peaks address.
And if we go forward from here, what are we seeing?
This is going back to the location data for Charles's device. That was the location data from the point at 8:49 when it arrived back at Four Peaks, all the way to 12:13 where we see it depart the area of Four Peaks.
And Charles Vallow has been declared deceased by this time.
Yes, that's right.
If we go forward, what are we seeing here?
This is going to show the movement of the location data from Charles's device north and east to an area by the freeway. And it will show a voice call with Lori Vallow and shows that the H plane, again, is overlapping the area where one sees GPS location data from Charles's device. And you see that those are within 2 minutes, really a little bit less than 2 minutes of one another. There's a 12:34 and 12:36 on those, showing that they're in the same general area at the same time.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This should show a text from the 0143 number we've been considering attributed to Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow's 9562 number. And this is mapping the location data for that event from Mr. Daybell's records indicating that his device is now in the area of Salt Lake City, Utah.
And did you determine an approximate time on that text?
Yes, it's showing 12:39 on the slider, and I think the actual record's going to come up here momentarily and show that. Yes, 12:39.
And again, were you able to look at the content of that message?
That's not available to me.
And if we move forward,
Maybe frozen, stand by. It's not reacting on my end. Do you have the actual computer?
and I am also not getting any reaction.
That's less than ideal.
Your Honor, if we may take a momentary recess.
Yes.
We need
And Detective Werther, is it going to be best if I close out and
I would-
reopen it?
Be my best guess. If you hit escape so we're not presenter view, and we'll see if we can note what slide we were on. That'll make it easier. But if it's not reacting at all, I think we'll have to just quit it and reopen it.
And I think it has frozen up. Your Honor, I'm going to unpublish it.
Okay.
can be very tedious.
And I believe it may take about 5 minutes to get it back up and running if we want to take a stretch break.
Okay, we can, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that.
There you go, everyone. Stand up and stretch. We're going to do a Judge Newman break.
Everyone like to stand up if they want. Man,
We're going to leave the jury in the room. Everybody just gets to mill around a little bit because we're breaking in between testimony while they try to resolve the issue with the display screen versus laptop for Detective Werther's presentation. He's got a very soothing voice in explaining all those technical aspects of, cell data tracking and location and all of that. Of note, more often than not, This technology is used in investigations and trials almost every day now. Just recently, we had the missing Kansas moms, Veronica Butler, and that was in Kansas, Oklahoma, and then also they found the bodies in Oklahoma. But however, they did use cell phone tracking to locate a possible site of the bodies and found the vehicle. They used the cell phone location to find the vehicle where it was abandoned, and then eventually to find the bodies based on, I believe it was cell phone data from the burner phones that the accused have used. We saw it in the Murdaugh trial. We also saw it in Stotch, the Letitia Stotch trial. They used it to track her whereabouts throughout the long period of investigation to try to locate the body of that young boy. I don't know. And Karen, which was that one of the trials you were thinking of, Karen? I see your comment that it reminds you of a famous trial, the tracking. They also used it in the indictments for Morphew, and they used it in the indictments for Koberger. Oh yeah, the Murdaugh trial for sure, Karen. Absolutely. They did that whole timeline to prove that he could have got there and got back based on timeline. And then of course, our phones know everything. If it was not for the video found on Paul Murdaugh's phone, which actually accurately placed Murdaugh at the kennels, it'd be a whole different trial, huh? It seems this day and age, our phones know everything about us. Makes me think of several Black Mirror episodes from the Charlie Brooker series where if your phone is near you, like it knows everything. Chad apparently didn't need a stretch break. We're looking at least another hour and 15 minutes of testimony. Hopefully, yeah, if they don't do an afternoon break, but I think they will. Oh, but these small breaks are making it seem even more tedious in between. You know what, Karen? I kind of I'm with you on that. There's quite a few that would have got away with it if they were not tracked by their own phones or some type of video evidence that puts them at a certain place at a certain time against their statements. That's when that case fell apart for the defense. They could prove that Alex lied about where he was, about never going down to the kennels. You can clearly hear him on the audio. I do hope they get this issue resolved shortly. It must be so frustrating on their end too. I mean, if we're frustrated here just watching, imagine being under the pressure trying to get it all ready.
Okay, I think we are back up and running.
All right.
Thank you for your patience. Detective Werther, I think I went back a slide, but you'd been talking about a text between Chad and Lori's device.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
then what do we see on these next slides?
So briefly as well, I may have misspoken. This is an incoming text from Lori to Chad.
And then if we move forward,
Let's see if it'll advance now. It will not for me. Is there a chance you could hit an enter key or an arrow key?
I'm going to see if I reconnect the mouse if it lets you. No?
Yeah, I'm right clicking and it's coming up with nothing. It should come up with a menu. If you hit enter, will it advance?
Without the HDMI cable, it was. Let me see.
While you're working on that, I'll just note there is, as an aside, they're doing recarpeting, and that's what you may hear going on. There's furniture and other things being moved around, so that's also why we're gonna have our afternoon end when it does tomorrow. But so I just wanted to make sure no one was concerned if they're feeling or hearing what's going on in the courthouse.
We're still waiting for them to.
And Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Okay, there's going to be a sidebar. So apparently they're not able to get this working very well. I guess they're going to work on another way to enter it into evidence. And I'm sure that John Pryor will use this as a way to try to keep it out for a little bit. But he's seen the actual presentation, so he really shouldn't. It's really not, unless we, like, I don't know what's gonna happen with the rest of the testimony if they can get his presentation to go. It's gotta be so frustrating for the attorneys if the equipment is not working, and they've got things planned a certain way. They really gotta kind of roll with it. Hopefully they have a plan B in case something like this happens.
All right, Ms. Blake, we discussed proceeding with a different witness right now while you work on the technical issue on this, and I believe the state does have another witness we could call. With that, are you moving to allow this witness on direct to step down and have another witness start direct at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, that would be the state's request.
Okay, any objection to that, Mr. Pryor?
No objection, Judge.
All right, Detective Werther, you'll still be under oath clearly and under subpoena, so don't discuss your trial testimony with anyone during the recess. At some point, you will likely be recalled to continue in testimony with your direct examination, but in order to keep things moving, I'm going to permit a state's another witness to be called at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call Tara Martinez.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
All right, the witness has been sworn at this time. Mr. What is this witness subject to the exclusionary order?
Your Honor, I guess there'd be an argument that she is not. Having said that, I don't believe she's watched any trial testimony from this trial.
Okay, and again, that's sometimes not all that easy to figure out who would or wouldn't be subject to it, but I will inquire. Have you been watching any of the trial testimony since this case began?
No, sir.
You haven't viewed it on the online feed or in the courtroom at all?
No.
Have you talked to anybody else about their testimony?
No.
Okay, then Mr. Wood, you can inquire on direct. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Tara Martinez, Martinez,
And how are you employed?
with Idaho State Police Forensic Services,
What is your title there?
Forensic Scientist 2.
And what does forensic scientist 2 do?
It depends what section of the laboratory you're in. So I'm in the latent print section. So that means that I process items of evidence to try to find fingerprints, and then I may compare those prints and may run them through a database. And then I also respond to crime scenes.
And how long have you been with the Idaho State Lab?
8 years.
And do you have any special training to accomplish your job duties?
So first, I have a bachelor's of science in biological science with a minor in chemistry and a specialization in forensic science. And then once I was employed with Idaho State Police, I went through an extensive training program, which included practical exercises, readings, tests, and some external training and different training classes outside of the laboratory.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to your job?
Yes, I'm a member of the International Association for Identification, as well as their Pacific Northwest Division.
You mentioned earlier that you process latent prints. What are latent prints?
So latent print means a impression that's left unintentionally. So I may touch this desk here and I may be able to leave an impression behind. Generally, these impressions aren't easy to see. They need to be enhanced or processed in some way to be able to visualize them.
And what is the process used to develop a latent print for purposes of your examination?
It really depends on the item. So when I receive an item into the laboratory, I'm first looking at the item to try to decide which methods I'm going to use. The first thing I'm looking at is the item porous or non-porous? Meaning porous, like paper, absorbs water, and non-porous obviously repels water, like a water bottle, piece of plastic, things like that. And then once I've determined that, I may look at the color of the item or the texture of the item, and these things may help me decide which process I'm going to use. Mainly, though, depending upon whether it's porous or non-porous.
And when people touch something, do they always leave a latent print?
No, it depends on a lot of different factors. They can be broken down into little categories. So the first being pre-touch, like meaning the person. So some people leave really good prints behind. Really depends on how much they sweat. Maybe if they touch their other parts of their face or their body a lot, they'll have oil on their hands. So those are person factors. Those are before you touch the item. And then you have touch factors, meaning if you touch an item, how likely is it you're going to leave something behind? And that depends a lot on the item itself. Is the item dirty? Is it dusty? Is it textured? Those kinds of things would mean that you probably wouldn't leave a latent print behind very easily. And then the post-touch factors, meaning is the item left outside a lot? Is it raining? Is the print going to be evaporated by the sun? And then how the item is packaged. So there's a variety of factors to determine whether or not a latent print is left behind.
If a latent print is left behind, how is it that you would collect a latent print?
So again, it really depends on the item. Let's say, for instance, I have just a normal piece of plastic. It's non-porous item. There's just plain old plastic. So in that case, I first do a visual examination, and I'm looking here to see first if I see any prints that someone may have left just incidentally. Maybe they have some oil on their hands. So maybe they have more skin cells on their hands and they've just left a print. So I'm first looking for that. I'm also looking at the item to see if there's any other forensic evidence that might be important. Like, are there hairs on the item? Is there a lint on the item? And those things I'm collecting at that point. Then I move on to a different visual examination where I'm using different colors of light to try to see if I can see any prints that may be fluorescing. If you touch other things and then touch an item, you could leave a print behind that is fluorescent. Makeup, for instance, is fluorescent. So I'm looking to see if I see any of those kinds of prints. After that, I move on to super glue fuming. It's very similar to what you may have seen on CSI. It's super glue. It goes in a chamber, and the chamber controls the heat and the humidity. And basically, the super glue just comes into the air and attaches to any moisture on the item. And because latent prints are made of a lot of water, it will attach to latent prints. And this is helpful because the glue makes the prints more visible because it's white now, and it also makes them less likely to be wiped away. And then I move on to a dye stain, which stains the entire item, but will more adhere to those prints that I previously glued. And then lastly would be a powder, depending upon the type of item.
When you say powder, is that like the dusting?
Yeah, so it's usually black powder, but it's with a brush.
And if any of those processes work and you're able to develop a latent print, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the correct terminology, develop the print or?
Yeah, develop a print,
Okay.
yep.
How do you go about comparing it to another print or a person?
First, if I see any prints during any of those steps, I'm preserving them at each step that I see the prints. And then at that point, once the processing is done, then it either moves to myself or another analyst to do comparison, what we call it, comparison process. So that process is kind of a long acronym, but it's ACE-V, which is ACE-V. So the A stands for analysis. So I'm looking at the print to determine, do I know where this print came from? Meaning, is it from a palm? Is it from a finger? Is it from the side of a finger? Do I know the location of the print? And then I also look at any kind of distortion. Every print you leave behind, you're making some type of distortion. So I'm looking at, do I see smears? Do I see voids in the print? Things like that. And then once I analyze the print and I say, yep, this print looks good, I'm gonna move it on to comparison, then I can pull generally fingerprint cards from the persons involved that the agency has let us know about. And then I do a back and forth comparison between an unknown and a known. Unknown, again, being the lane print. And I'm doing a back and forth comparison to see if the features I saw previously in my analysis phase, are they there in the known print? And not just are they there, but do they look similar to each other? Is their spacing the same? Things like that. And then the E stands for evaluation. So at that point, I'm saying, okay, I've done my comparison. What's my answer? Is this print from this source of this known or not from the source? Are they the same source? And then at that point, I'll make my determination. And then V stands for verification, where another analyst goes through and does the whole thing over again.
And so just to kind of summarize that, you look at the print, determine if it's sufficient to make a comparison,
Yes, sir.
and then you attempt to make the comparison.
Yes.
You evaluate that and then have it verified by someone else.
Yes.
And you mentioned that, how do you compare it to someone else? You mentioned a print card?
So known prints are taken from people for various reasons. And so there is a database of known prints that I can access. So if I know who the agency would like this compared against, I know the persons involved, the victims, et cetera, then I'll pull cards from that database and be able to compare against them.
And do you ever sometimes go out and get prints from an individual so that you'll have something to compare your latent print with?
Yes, sometimes the record isn't very good, like the fingerprint card that was previously taken is of poor quality, or maybe I need areas of skin that weren't recorded, things like that. And we'll go out and take prints from known individuals for that reason.
Are you familiar with, for the year 2020, lab number 2233?
Yes.
What is that lab number associated with?
It is the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case.
All right. And did that involve JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan as well?
Yes.
What was your first contact with that lab number?
My first contact was taking prints at the coroner's office. I assisted Rexburg Police Department with that.
And what did you do at the coroner's office?
I took known prints from the victim, JJ.
And did you have any other contact with that case?
Yes, I did some processing of that, of different items that were submitted in this case. And then I also took known prints of two other people, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
All right. And did you collect any other samples from them besides known prints?
Yes, I also took buccal swabs. That's a swab to obtain cheek cells and saliva in the mouth for DNA.
And did you collect any hair samples?
Yes, I also did that.
Did you obtain any known samples for an Alex Cox?
Yes.
What were those?
I got two different samples. One was a standard fingerprint card where you're recording all 10 fingers. That was from the Federal Bureau of Investigation database. Like I said, you can be in there for a variety of reasons. And then the second cards I received were from the Gilbert Police Department that they submitted to me.
And the Gilbert Police Department Do you know why they had his fingerprints?
They said they were from his autopsy.
Did you do, referring to this lab number, did you do any actual latent print examinations?
Yes.
And can you tell us what items you did that on?
So I checked out and processed items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 18.
And did you process those items to search for prints?
Yes.
Okay, so let's, do you recall what item 10 was?
Yes. Item 10 was a white drawstring bag, like a trash bag, with gray colored pieces of duct tape attached to it. And per the agency, that was the bag around the head of JJ.
Were you able to develop any prints on that bag?
No.
Next was, I believe, item 11.
Yes.
What was that?
Item 11 was a mass of plastic and gray colored pieces of duct tape, said to be plastic and body bag JJ.
And without getting into the specifics of that, were you able to develop any latent prints on that item?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll come back to
Yeah.
that in a minute. I believe the next item was 12.
12.
What was that?
12 was one piece of gray colored duct tape, and that was reported to be from the mouth of JJ.
And were you able to process any prints on that?
I did not get any prints on that, no.
Okay. And item 13?
Item 13 was one mass of gray colored duct tape, and that was said to be from the ankles of JJ.
Were you able to develop any prints there?
Yes.
And item 14?
Also one mass of gray colored duct tape said to be from the hands of JJ.
And I believe the last item, was it 18?
18, yes.
And what was that?
One green colored piece of plastic with Lidica Corporation written on it, and it was said to be a green bucket from bag 2 of 3 from Tylee.
And were you able to develop any prints from that?
No.
From any of those items, were you able to collect any hairs?
Yes.
Where were you able to collect hairs?
Items 10, 11, 13, and 14.
And just briefly, let's talk about item 13. You said you were able to develop some prints from that.
Yes.
Were you able to do any successful comparison with those prints?
I did comparison. I don't know the word successful is, I'm not sure. But
Okay.
let me explain. So I was able to develop 2 latent prints from item 13. Those were 13.1 and 13.2. And 13.2 was established, once it was in the comparison phase, it was established that it was not enough rich detail for comparison. So at that point, there's nothing further to do. There's no comparison to be made. Whereas 13.1 was enough to compare and moved on to the comparison stage, but no identifications or exclusions could be made. So the print became inconclusive, and that was due to the quality of the latent print. So sometimes there's enough detail that you can do some comparison, but you may not be able to render a conclusion of identification or exclusion, and it kind of just gets stuck in the middle.
So inconclusive is maybe the better word than
Yeah.
successful or unsuccessful.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I'd like to talk to you about item 11. And if you can just briefly remind the jury what item 11 was.
Yes, item 11 is black colored plastic and gray duct tape. The item itself is composed of multiple pieces. So I labeled them separately. So 11.1 to 11.11 is the gray colored duct tape. And then 11.12 to 11.15 is the plastic pieces.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the
And then this is the comparison charting, as I said, the C in the methodology. So on the left, you have the latent print, and on the right, you have the known print. And this is my back and forth comparison between the two. You can see the dots that are blue. And then I numbered them for court reasons to correspond. So you can see the correspondence between the two.
All right, and I I see, it says comparison of latent print 11.12.1 to known print number 5 Cox. Is that referring to Alex Cox?
Yes, the conclusion at the end of this comparison was an identification to the card bearing the name Alexander Cox to number 5, meaning the right little finger.
And again, when it says item 11, it's referring to the black plastic that JJ's body was found in.
Yes. So this is the other latent print that was developed, 11.15.1. Again, this is the photo that was taken at the time when it was processed with the dye stain. And this is the same photo, but obviously enhanced, changed to black and white.
And is that, can you tell what body part that print is from?
In my analysis, I believe that I wrote that it was likely a palm. That is based on the flow I'm looking at here. You can also see that it's much larger than the finger we just looked at. There's also some creases here and some other indicators that it's likely from a palm print.
And what's the jury seeing?
And this is, again, close up, and this is my analysis chart. So you can see here, there's some greens and some yellows marking up this print. So this is what my analysis markup looked like. And then here's the comparison markup again in the blue dots. Those are the correspondence with the corresponding numbers. And the conclusion after the comparison was that 11.15.1 was identified to the right palm of the fingerprint card or the palm print card bearing the name Alexander Cox.
So just to be clear, this comparison matched up with the print of Alex Cox.
Yes.
And again, this is from item 11. So part of the black plastic bags wrapped around
Yes.
JJ. Ms. Martinez, were you able to verify any other fingerprints from anyone else? Oops, I'm sorry. On any of those items?
I was not able to identify anyone else.
Right. And you mentioned that you collected some hairs.
Yes.
What did you do with those hairs?
I collected them using adhesive notes. So usually I use like something like a Post-it note. And I collected them and repackaged them in coin envelopes. And then they were returned with the item inside the item's original packaging.
And was that for other people to do different types of analysis?
Yes, I don't do hair analysis. So anything that I see that could be used for somebody else may want, like hair, lint, fibers, things like that, I will collect and save.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Right. Right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Judge, before we start, I have Defense Exhibit 41 I'd like to have marked. And my understanding is that it's by stipulation of the parties.
Oh, yes.
All right, can you explain what Exhibit 41 is, please?
That would be part of the report that Ms. Martinez prepared as part of this investigation.
Very well. If that's being offered, I'll just take that up at this time. Is the state been able to review Exhibit 41?
Yes, Your Honor, we have no objection.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Judge, may I proceed?
Yes.
Ms. Martinez, would it be fair to say that plastic is a good conduit to obtain fingerprints?
Yes.
It's because of the nature of how plastic is manufactured. It has an oil-based production, which would allow for fingerprints to be easily placed upon that kind of a surface. Would that be fair?
Yes, it's a very good surface for lane prints, mostly just because it's non-porous and it does have a nice coating on it.
And in this particular case, you were clearly able to identify a fingerprint of Alex Cox, is that right?
Yes,
And a hand, the bottom of the heel of the hand of Alex Cox on this plastic, is that right?
it wasn't the bottom, but yes, a piece of the palm, yes.
The piece, I'm sorry, the piece of the palm of it.
Yes, under the two fingers right here, the middle finger and the ring finger, so higher up in the hand.
Okay. And then, I don't know if I saw this in your report. You collected hairs in your process of going through all of the plastic, that you were provided, is that right?
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of how many hairs you collected as a result of your analysis?
I have to look at my notes. It's written down in my notes, but it's not something that was reported at the time.
Do you have your notes with you?
Yes,
Are they at the table with counsel?
yep.
Mr. Bailiff, could you provide the witness? And Judge, could she use those to refresh her recollection?
Yes, I'll have her identify them once they're there. Thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you wouldn't mind, please hand those to the witness, and these are notes for you to refresh your recollection, but don't read directly from them or read them into the record unless the court allows you to do that.
Just to clarify, sir, just item 11 hairs, is that what you would like?
All of the hairs that were located on all of the plastic that was submitted to you,
All the plastic, okay.
all of the plastic.
My apologies, I have horrible allergies today.
And again, do you have a recollection of, after refreshing your recollection, do you recall how many hairs you sent off to the laboratory?
It's hard to say exactly how many because I collected them kind of as bundles and not every hair was collected individually,
Okay.
but it looks like about 50 different adhesive notes were used to collect them. And that's between items 10, 11, 13, and 14.
Okay. So there were a significant number of hairs that were located on
Yes, on all the plastic that was submitted.
and those hairs were sent off to Bode Laboratory, is that right?
I don't know where the hairs went. I just repackaged them.
Now, at any time, did you find all of those hairs on the first run through, or was that over a process of time that you were examining the plastic?
It looks like over a process of time. So some of them were right away during the first visual, and then others were seen after multiple processes.
And after multiple processes, you were able to identify these two latent prints of Alex Cox, is that correct?
Yes,
And obviously, you've already noted that you are not, it's not within your department to deal with the latent prints. Is that right?
It's within my department to deal with the latent prints. I do latent prints.
I'm not.
Do you mean
sorry,
DNA?
DNA. I am so sorry.
No problem. Yeah, no, I don't do anything with DNA.
And I don't have allergies, so I don't have an excuse. Other than Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox, were you at any time by law enforcement asked to do any analysis of any other people, to do a comparison of any other prints?
No, I was asked to just do the comparisons for the people that were involved. So JJ, Lori, and Chad were the only people that I compared against.
Okay. And law enforcement determined who were involved in this. Is that right?
Yes, and that's pretty standard. We don't know their investigation, so they let us know who they would like us to look at.
They set the criteria as to who you want to have hairs and prints tested against. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Redirect, Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, the state has no redirect.
All right, Ms. Martinez, and that will conclude your testimony. Does the state intend to keep her under subpoena or recall her?
Your Honor, I believe she can be released from her subpoena.
From the defense?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear Mr. Wood's response.
The state would allow her to be released from a subpoena and not recall her as the
And
defense.
Judge, I'm sorry, I also subpoenaed Ms. Martinez, and I'm going to release her today as well from the subpoena I had served upon her.
Okay, thank you. So that will conclude your testimony. Thank you for appearing this
Thank you.
afternoon, and you can go ahead and step down. I could have a sidebar, please, with counsel.
I think the sidebar is going to be about timing. I think the judge may want to go straight through with the next witness and eliminate the break. We have 1 hour and 15 minutes left on the clock of court time. They leave at 3:30. I have it as 2:16 now in Idaho. They know they're going to have a shorter day tomorrow. And I'm sure the judge would like to keep things moving smoothly. The timing, because if the jurors can do it, I mean, we've had so many breaks today in between. I'll have a gin and tonic. Yeah, I wish every time they did sidebar, we could go off and get refresher drinks. Wouldn't that be lovely?
All right, thank you, counsel. We are going to take a mid-afternoon recess here to allow jurors to use the restroom, et cetera. So we'll take about 20 minutes, and then the state does have another witness lined up after that. So I'll please rise for the jurors.
All right, please.
Okay, so we're going to take a quick break. I'm hoping a few of you are still around to have some conversation. I don't want to dip out for this right now. I'm gonna wait till I hear them come back. But yeah, sidebars. Like, I'm more interested in this technical, like the lab work and all that gets done. It was interesting to hear about the prints. But I do think Pryor made a point by saying that law enforcement directs who they text against on who they're looking at, and that they didn't bring a whole bunch of other people. Like, I'm sure it's going to come up somewhere, somehow. I was surprised. I didn't hear the mention of Melanie Gibb at all during that cross. There is not physical evidence against Chad at this point. No DNA. Well, we haven't heard about the DNA stuff. No prints. not the physical evidence of anything as far as the murders, except for the lying testimony in regards to his wife, Tammy Daybell. It's very hard to disregard the lividity in the coroner's actual testimony into what position the body was in when Tammy died. Not hanging off the bed, like Chad had said, off like that, but on her back. The lividity, the blood pooling all along her back. She was definitely laying on her back when she died. So what did she undie, get and just move herself over to hang off the bed in some type of struggle? I don't think so. So basically, we don't have physical evidence like you think, traditional physical hard evidence. However, all of this other evidence is still evidence. The statements, the lies, being at the scene, his behavior before and after, all admissible. This jury, as much as we all look at it all and think of how horrible everything in this case is, this jury has a tough job. This is a case that you really have to think on when you look at the evidence. You have to weigh it out. You can't use your emotions. The strongest evidence is that the tools were all from Chad's property, and the bodies were found on Chad's property, as far as the deaths of JJ and Tylee. Yes, Garth, actually he didn't find her. Chad went and told him. Yep. And he did keep mispronouncing it. You're right, Liz. But Garth was there with Chad's got Garth to help get her back on the bed, he said. So I'm wondering if Garth is going to perjure himself with that statement now that he has heard some of the testimony, but I don't know if he can, because if he's going to be called, I'm waiting to see. Yes, that's why a big thing was made of lividity. That's actually proves that he misstated how the body was and what could have happened. It's why is he fabricating a story? You can just as easily die on your back from what she died of laying there. Why did he have to make it so elaborate? It caught him up. His adding to the story is probably what's going to weigh more heavily with the jury than not. I do believe also in that testimony, Mark, that there was something about the timing too. There was a longer time in between, suspected. It's very hard to prove exact time of death, without other correlating factors. Garth was in the home that night. Liz, you're correct. And Garth is the one that Chad called out to get help. Yeah, well, he didn't go. But Chad was there. You know what I mean? Like Chad was calling Garth to help him get his mom back on the bed, is what the testimony said. You don't try to fool a coroner, right, Mark? Because they will definitely, yep. The testimony did say that Chad was in correspondence with his son and that he was home because his mother had not been feeling well. This is what Chad had put forth through another witness prior, actually, when he was testifying. One of those times he was supposed to be doing cross-examination. But he was actually testifying. Both the ME, well, there was the first responder who is not exactly as trained, who was suspicious. But then the second autopsy through the coroner, that's when lividity came in. And the one who did that autopsy was very well trained, so I do believe that was a medical examiner of. Yeah, I think that's why most criminals think they can get away with things, right? One, there's always two sides to every story, right? It could look this way, but it could be this way. Nothing is ever exact, right? Very few things in this world are exact and precise. I know I run into this all the time, and I prefer things to be a little more precise and exact, but it doesn't happen a lot in the real world, does it? No. So I guess Garth had said on the 911 call that he had found the body. That he had discovered that she was dead. At 5:40, Chad said he noticed that Tammy had partially fallen onto the floor. Tammy's body was laid on the bed when first responders arrived. Chad said that she had been moved. Okay, so there's inconsistent testimony right there that the prosecution is pulling out. In the 911 call, Garth says he discovered the body. However, Chad admits to being awake at 5:40 a.m. in the bed with Tammy and noticed that she had partially fallen onto the floor, and that's when he called for Garth and they corrected her and put her back up on the bed. I mean, that's just all just the basic testimony. And I remember, so when the Fremont County coroner, Brenda Dye, testified that Tammy's body indicated that she died laying down, but not halfway on the floor, Chad had told the coroner Dye that he must have accidentally caused Tammy's body to fall through movements on the bed. Also, that coroner for the county, Fremont County, testified that during the first interview, Chad had not reported about seizures until the coroner asked. Although everyone else he started talking to seizures about after that. He did automatically volunteer the information that she had vomited and coughed the night before and that she hadn't been feeling well. They did say that he was, distraught. They decided not to perform an autopsy based on the fact that the family did not want one. There wasn't enough suspicion. There wasn't really any suspicion there at the time. But the conclusion after the second autopsy was homicide. And that was all from Liz. I don't know if she's actually certified as a medical examiner, but she was the coroner. That was the first responder coroner. In other words, before the autopsy was done, when they went to when they were notified through the 911 call that Tammy had died. And so they have to go and check that out. But that coroner's office, along with the sheriff's office, is actually the ones that actually, they're petitioning to reopen to have the body exhumed and have that autopsy done after additional information was done. Christine West was the dispatcher on the 911 call, and she reported that during it that Garth had told West he had found his mom's body, and he did say that on the 911 call. So we have some conflicting information, but I don't know if that's enough on Garth to say he's trying to cover or anything. I think under the excitement of a situation like that, it's very easy to say, "Oh, I found my mother dead," because when he did go into the room, she was dead. He's not saying I found her before Chad or Chad wasn't there or I'm the one. He's like, I found my mother's body. It is fairly hard to move a dead body. I'm thinking because, well, isn't that where the saying dead weight comes from, Mark, right? Not to be humorous about it, but if she expired on her back and he's saying he just moved around in the bed as she fell off, that's very unlikely. It's very unlikely. It's more likely to fall off during if he was moving around while her body was moving around losing oxygen through a seizure. He would have been better off saying something like that, but I don't know. I really don't think that once she expired, the body being moved that way is really that possible. I could be wrong. I just don't see it. Doesn't sound reasonable to me. Yes, Liz, he did. Documentation. Liz is saying Chad pulled the phone away from Garth on the 911 call. Yes, he did. Right after he told them that he discovered his mother's body, Chad took the phone and gave them the address. I guess he didn't want any conflicting anything going on. Now, I don't know if that's covering or what. I think Garth was upset. I really don't want to think any of the children are complicit in the murder of their mother. I really doubt it. I can't see anyone going that far. I can see Chad doing it. I can see Chad still sticking with the line and not making a deal because he doesn't want anyone to think that he would, especially his children. He seems to value their opinion of him greatly. I'll never see him say anything negative about his children. Look at even the light and darks. Laurie's children are dark. However, his children were all in the light. All good. His children were grown and wouldn't not an interference for the future. At least not yet. Yeah, I don't think Garth was the liar either. I just think, when he's saying he discovered the body, he went to the room and the body was there. Absolutely. Yeah, they do tend to do that. Narcissists do tend to do that kind of thing, Mark. You're absolutely right. Put the phone away could have been his way of inserting control over the situation, pulling it away. I do agree. This narrative is something he needed to control. Absolutely. And yeah, it just, to me, it's just another little thing that shows in his behavior how he tried to keep control, how he tried to keep control of the narrative, the people around him. The more this trial goes on, the more manipulative I see him. I knew that Lori Vallow was wicked and dangerous in her beliefs and really kind of off her rocker. But Chad seems to be the silent sociopath type. There's pathologically something wrong with the way he thinks and detaches himself from this. If indeed he killed his wife, he knew of this children's death, participated hands-on, whatever, they're buried on his property. That could not have happened without his knowledge. There's no way. Look at all of the times that they communicated and how they communicated. Was there a large swatch of time that no one was near that property, the daughter living across the street, that no one would have saw them digging there. Yeah, it's just mind-boggling to me. Well, we are getting into more of the technical evidence. I do hope to hear from the DNA. Maybe it's the DNA expert coming in next. That would be good. We'll wrap that part up too. I want to hear about what they found on the handle and who it belonged to. I do believe that in the Valor trial, they did say that part of the stuff they found was typed to Tylee. No, not necessarily, because it's a big property, and it didn't obscure much. Like, the house is not that obscure. There was a pond. They're buried in two different spots, both easily seen from the driveway, as we saw, because that's the car that Chad Daybell was sitting in, I believe, with the police officer, and we could see that he only had to turn his neck a little to see. The house did not obscure his view. His daughter does live catacony, but it does look like there's neighbors also. I don't see any large obstructions blocking a lot of view of the land around. I don't think people would know exactly what they were doing. Well, Chad did float the story to Tammy Daybell that he was burying raccoon that he had shot, and they had killed. I don't think shot, that they had killed a raccoon. And then someone else said something about a bunch of raccoons, that they were having some kind of problem with that. Maybe that story was to account for the digging that was going on the property. And if I was being a little less biased, I would say maybe that is what happened, and he didn't have anything to do with this murder. And perhaps Alex Koch just cleverly, on his own, decided to put the bodies there since Chad had already dug a hole for the raccoons. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe. So many people dying of pulmonary embolisms around them. I'm wondering if there isn't some kind of poison that's being used also. I mean, I guess that's just from me doing too much true crime and falling asleep to Discovery ID for years, that I automatically think if you got 2 or 3 discs that say the same thing in the same circle, well, somebody's having a hand in something. There are plenty of medications that affect the heart and the breathing. I don't know. How far would they go? He may have known the habitual movements of his neighbors and chosen to bury the body when he was in the clear. I would say if you're going to bury bodies, light fires, chop people up, that would be good thinking, Mark. I think definitely they needed to plan that out. And based on all of the conversation that was going back and forth, they could have. Yeah, the coroner would find out. But they did say that there was, GHB in Tylee's body. There was ethanol. Could have been a larger amount, but it could be decomposing, which is true. But there are a lot of these poisons, not too many.
This report's again in session.
Some that are very hard to detect. And looks like
Thank you. Please be seated.
back.
Have the jurors brought in, please.
I do agree, Mark, that that coroner was excellent. Both the pre and post, uh, the pathologist also.
All right, please.
Going to bring the jury back in. This will probably be our last witness of the day, and this is quick. A couple of times they had pretty quick ones. I remember that one day we did 3 in the afternoon. Boom, boom, boom.
Here's our president counted for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back from the afternoon recess, CR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell, and I believe the state's ready to recall Detective Werther. Is that correct, Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you'd like to inquire further on direct, I'll note the detective's previously been sworn today in his testimony and is still under oath, and you can continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would ask to go back to publishing State's Exhibit 43.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, everyone.
And Detective Werther, I think we'd left off with this was less than ideal. Was
Yes.
that in reference to the tech problems?
It was.
All right. If we turn our attention back to this slide, can you remind us what we were looking at here?
Yes, we were looking at a record of an incoming text to the 0143 AT&T number that's been attributed to Chad Daybell from Lori Vallo's 9562 number at 12:39 on July the 11th, 2019.
And if we advance to the next slide,
Won't you do it? Stand by. Okay, yep.
what are we seeing here?
This is the from 750 to this seems to be out of order. Stand by. Yeah, we're out of order. We're back much earlier in the day in ground that we've already covered. We've seen these slides before. Pardon me. Because this is going to take us through the Burger King again. From memory, I think it was slide 81 where we ought to be.
And in trying to keep the tech happy, I'm just trying to get back to that slide.
That's where we ought to be.
And can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is showing the mapping of a voice call from Lori Vallo's 9562 phone to the 0143 phone. That 1M45S signifies that it's a 1 minute 45-second duration call. It's going to zoom in and show the mapping on Lori's devices once again, essentially co-located with the device location from Charles Vallo's phone. And there we see the details of the call with the duration rendered in seconds, but that's 1 minute and 45 seconds.
And if we go to the next slide,
This is going to proceed showing the location data as Charles's device describes a path east and south. And then the next call record that is located along with the device location. This time we're playing for Alex Cox's phone records indicating there was a connection to a tower in that area. And that area also is the same area where device.
And if we go to the next slide.
Here we have an outgoing text from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562, and this is at 13:11, which is 1:11 p.m.
So another communication between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 11th.
Between their devices, yes.
And if we go to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
These are more data points from Charles Vallow's phone, and it shows it arriving in the area of Alex Cox's home. They're on 1658 East Shari Street in Santan Valley, and the time is going to be 13:26.
And if we go to the next slide.
This is another text, this time incoming to the 0143 number from Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and at 13:39.
If we go to the next slide.
Text going outgoing at 13:43 between the same two numbers.
And the next slide.
This is showing the mapping from Charles's device and then a rather large H plane for Lori Vallow's device that includes the Cox residence. The incoming call from Melanie Boudreau's number to Lori Vallow's number for a 5-minute, 58-second call.
And if we go to the next slide.
Another text, this one outgoing from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562.
And the next slide.
This is the H plane that we left off with, and it's going to transition to show that the H planes for both Lori's phone and Alex's phone are in the same general area. And I believe that's the next slide. My apologies. This one just shows an H plane for Alex's for an incoming call. That -1's a default value. So I'm not sure who called it, isn't in the records.
And if we go to the next slide.
This shows Charles's location data still in that area, and then location data from Lori Vallow's 5452 number with an H plane that includes that residence. And this is at 1407 and 1408.
And there's an indication there that a number associated with Lori called Detective Inklin's desk.
Yes, Detective Inkland, the member of my team now. She was on the robbery homicide team at the time and involved in this investigation. And she's the one who received that phone call.
And do you know if she's also the detective that interviewed Lori Vallow?
Yes, she is.
And if we go to the next slide.
So this shows that and remember that there are two phones associated with Ms. Lori Vallow. So the 9562 H plane is the top one. The 5452 is the bottom one. Shows that they're overlapping and they're within 2 minutes of one another, basically showing that they're in a similar area that includes that residence.
And was Charles' phone also located within that vicinity?
It was. I don't believe there's a data point within this very narrow time frame, but it's been located in that location, and we'll see data coming up shortly that shows it still is.
And then I see a note down there, a number associated with Lori Vallow called the Valley of the Sun Mortuary.
Yeah, so highlighting this number here, if you take that number, which is 480-895-9232, I'm going to advance to the next slide now. That's the phone number for the Valley of the Sun Mortuary.
And what are we seeing here?
Ongoing text communication, this an incoming text between Lori Vallow's 9562 and the 0143 number at 1424.
Judge, could I have some foundation as to whether that's an outgoing or incoming text from?
Ms. Blake, do you want to inquire on that?
Detective Werther, were you able to determine if that was a text from Lori to Lori's device to Chad's device or Chad's device to Lori's device?
So it's incoming to Chad's device. If you look here below the number, it reads incoming SMS, which is derived from the raw records, and it indicates the target number. So this is being received by the 0143 number, but because it's incoming, it's connected to the 9562 number.
And if we go to the next slide,
This is ongoing text showing an outgoing between the two same numbers, which indicates the 0143 would be sending a text outgoing, and it's at 1424.
and again, we were unable to locate the content of these text messages. Is that your understanding?
Correct. Typically, they're not preserved for very long, if at all, by providers, and I have not seen the content of any of these messages.
And if we advance to the next slide, what are we seeing here?
This is ongoing text, so this is an incoming text to the 0143 number from the same number, and it is at 1428.
And if we go to the next slide,
This picks up with those overlapping H planes down in Arizona, shows more of Charles Vallow's devices, location data near the Cox residence, and it advances to an H plane at 1428. This is an incoming voice call from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562 number, and it lasts 11 minutes and 13 seconds.
and if we go to the next slide,
This is just showing the same call, but showing it as it was found in both record sets. This is showing the mapping related to where Mr. Daybell's device was at the time of this call, so that we see both locations.
and the device associated with Chad Daybell is showing as in somewhere in Idaho at that point.
Yes, that's right. So same call.
And what are we seeing here?
This is going to advance to where the device associated with Alex Cox calls Detective Incland's desk. There it is. And it shows the location data extracted from Charles' device is in that same general area where that H plane is. And this is the call to Detective Incland's desk from Alex Cox's device.
And if we advance to the next slide,
Well, this should show, excuse me, the animation appears not to be loading.
would you like me to try from my end?
Yes, let me back up. If not, the static images will ultimately show the data anyway.
Could it just move to the next one?
Yeah, but I think it's all right. It's just it was transitioning to the next thing. So to continue and use people's time well, this is the same data from the last slide, and then also showing, this is the data showing Charles Vallow's extracted location data, the call to Detective Incland's desk, and then adding in a call received a minute later to Lori Vallow's phone from Melanie Boudreau, showing that all of these devices are in the same general area.
And if we advance to the next slide,
So this will show, and we're having computer issues today, but the animation's likely not going to play, but it will still show us where we're going. The Charles Vallow device will leave the area of the Alex Cox residence and arrives, as we see on this next still image, at 14. Standby. At 14:45 hours in the general area is when it leaves the general area of Alex Cox's residence. And then it's going to move on to the Four Peaks residence where it is turned over to detectives. There we are. At 15:11, it's in the area of the Four Peaks residence where detectives took possession of that device from Ms. Vallow.
and is that how you came to ultimately look at an extraction from that phone?
Yes, that's right. It's, as far as I know, still in Chandler Police property and evidence.
And what are we seeing here?
This is an H plane showing once again the service area for Alex Cox's device is back in the area of the Four Peaks Place address. And there is an outgoing call to a phone number that on the internet was associated with USAA. It is a 10-minute, 55-second call.
And then what are we seeing here?
At 16:02, we see a call between, specifically outgoing from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's 9562. The H planes are not overlapping. It appears that they are most likely not in the same place, the devices at this point.
And then if we go to the next one,
This is further text communication and outgoing text from the 0143 to Lori Vallow's 9562 at 1610. And then an incoming between the two devices at 1646. This is a voice call outgoing from the 0143 number to Lori Vallow's 9562. It is a 30-minute, 13-second call, and it is at 1742, 5:42 p.m.
and if we move on,
Okay. This is that same call, but from the other end, showing that at the time of that call, the service area for the Vallow device is mapping again in the area of the Four Peaks residence while they're on that call. And then this is an incoming text from Ms. Vallow's 9562 to the 0143 number at 1816 hours, 6:16 p.m. And then an outgoing text in response at 1857. And then at 1909, we have an outgoing text again from 0143 to that same number of Ms. Vallow's. Then a voice call outgoing from the 0143 number to Ms. Vallow's 9562, 10 minutes and 59 seconds at 7:10 p.m. Okay. This is that same call mapped again on the Arizona side from Ms. Vallow's records showing again in the area of the Four Peaks residence while that call is happening. Another outgoing voice call, but this one from the 0143 number to that Valley of the Sun mortuary number that we saw earlier. This is at 7:34 p.m. and the call lasts 7 minutes and 14 seconds. In my analysis of that day, which is what I did the analysis on, it's the only call or text from that device to any number other than Ms. Vallow's.
and Ms. Vallow had called the Valley, or a device associated with her had called the Valley of the Sun mortuary earlier in the day.
Correct.
And now the device or a device associated with Chad Daybell placed a call as well.
That's right. Now it is 7:50 p.m. and there's an incoming text from Ms. Vallow's 9562 to the 0143 number. And then at 7:52 p.m., an outgoing text from the 0143 to the 9562. And then there is an outgoing 7-second call from 0143 to the 9562. That is at 7:54 p.m. And the 9562 number texts the 0143 number at 7:54 p.m. And then there is a 13-minute and 2-second call outgoing from 0143 to 9562 at 7:54 p.m. I believe it's just going to show us the mapping on the other end on the next slide. Yes, this is that same call in Arizona showing the service area for Ms. Vallow's device in the area of Four Peaks. And coincidentally, around that same time, there is an H plane, a service area for Mr. Cox's device, and it also is in an area that covers the Four Peaks address. Ongoing text communication, we are up to 9:10 p.m. and outgoing text from 0143 to 9562. another outgoing text at 21:35, 9:35 PM between the same numbers. And that brings us to the end of the exhibit.
And what are we seeing on this slide?
These were some takeaways from my analysis based on the claims that we had discussed previously, indicating, as you see on the screen, that it is very likely that Mr. Vallow's device arrived around 7:32 at the Four Peaks address and left around 7:50. And there are multiple instances where that device is then co-located with Ms. Vallow's devices and also her known location from video and other sources. So that seems to support the claim that she left the Four Peaks address with Mr. Vallow's device, which, as I understand it, was claimed to have been after the shooting had occurred. If all of that is true, then there's at least a 45-minute delay between that event and 911 being called. Otherwise, if it wasn't true, then it would be hard to see how they could have witnessed the event as they claimed. And then there are the communications that we've seen between the device associated with Mr. Daybell and with Ms. Vallow through the day and the call to the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
And at some point, as part of the investigation, did you learn that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow were engaged in some form of extramarital affair, or there were at least allegations of that?
That's my understanding.
But on this particular day, these communications were the day Charles Vallow died, correct?
That's right.
And the communications between Chad and Lori were throughout the day,
Yes, as we've seen.
and they started prior to Charles arriving at Lori's residence?
Yes, I believe the first one's in the 6 a.m. hour, Arizona time.
And there was a text from Chad to Lori around the same time that Charles Vallow arrived at the residence?
From that device to Lori's device, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right. Once you're ready, Mr. Pryor, you can cross
Thank you,
examine.
Judge. Yeah, Judge.
You may.
Officer, you testified earlier that there were text messages and phone conversations throughout the day between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Between those devices, yes.
And what you didn't look at is the history of the phone correspondence between these two folks, did you?
I did not personally do that.
You didn't look back what their pattern of communication was even a week before that, correct?
I did not.
And a week after that, you didn't look at that as well, did you?
I did not.
You are aware, though, by your analysis that Lori Vallow called a mortuary sometime around 2:00. And then there was a preceding number of calls and texts. And then Chad Daybell called the same mortuary, correct?
Yes, that's what the records show.
You happen to review the mortuary call that Chad Daybell made to the Sun Valley mortuary? Did you listen to that?
Oh, no, I've not listened to the audio recording.
Okay. So you don't know the nature of what Mr. Daybell said about obtaining further information or letting them know about what, you don't know anything about that, right?
I'm aware the recording exists. I have not listened to the recording.
And you're aware that the two of them were engaged in an extramarital affair?
That's what I've been told, yes.
Okay. Now, the issue of cell tower, would you agree with me that cell tower coverage is the least effective of the ways to obtain data of the location of a cell phone?
I don't know that it's the least effective, but it obviously has an error rate greater than, for example, the GPS that we looked at, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And the best way to determine a phone's location is actually to have the phone itself. Would that be fair?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, I noticed during this process that it appeared that Mr. Daybell was traveling to somewhere in Utah and then traveling back that day, correct?
That's what the device seems to be doing, yes.
Okay, and there are a number of these calls that are text messages and calls that are rather short in nature, correct?
I don't know the length of the texts, but as far as the calls go, the durations were all up on the screen for sure.
And what you also don't know is whether these calls were being received in due time or whether there was some sort of delay because of the traveling within the Utah, Idaho area out there, correct?
How do you mean a delay?
Well, phone reception. You're not able through your analysis just on these numbers to determine whether or not these calls actually were 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 successful in any kind of communication. Isn't that true?
The duration can give an indication, of course, for a longer duration, that it's more likely that a voice call took place. But if I'm understanding you right, yes, it's possible, for example, that some of these went to voicemail. Absolutely.
And Mr. Daybell was, and for your, you know where Springville, Utah is, correct?
I'm not very familiar with Utah, so no,
Okay. You know where Salt Lake City is,
roughly.
and you looked on the map and you know that it's a distance between Salt Lake City and St. Anthony, Idaho, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Are you familiar with the topography and the area out there in terms of the quality of phone reception in that area?
I am not very familiar,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Now, from what I understand from your testimony is that, at least what you're suggesting is that based on based on Charles Vallow's phone and the delay reporting to 911, it's suggesting that Lori Vallow was present at the time Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow. Is that correct?
Partly, if I might elaborate.
Okay.
What I would say is that if Ms. Vallow makes the claim that she's present for the shooting, which I'm told she did, then the data suggests that either that claim is wrong, she wasn't actually there, or she was there, there was a very long delay before 911 was called. Either of those are possibilities in my mind.
Okay. And are those are really the two distinct possibilities, correct?
Yes, I think so.
So either Miss Vallow is lying about being there when Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow, or the other scenario you suggested, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And if I noticed that on your display, you included that Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow were also present at the time. Is that right?
That's the claim that was made.
Okay. And there's no indication that by way of phone records or otherwise that Lori Vallow took JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan anywhere else. Is that right?
I'm not aware of any location other than the ones that we examined.
Now, I looked at the tape of the Burger King, and you had mentioned that you saw at least one person in the vehicle. When I examined it, it appeared there were at least three people in the vehicle. Is it possible there were three people in the vehicle at the Burger King?
I'd say it's possible and indeed likely.
Oh, and indeed what?
Likely that there were three people.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
And Detective Werther, you were asked if some of the calls maybe didn't go through right away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In your presentation, did you denote the duration of the calls that you were able to locate?
Yes. When there was a voice call, I tried to put up what the duration was so that those viewing the presentation would know how long those calls were.
And were at least some of those calls of such a duration that you would believe those to be calls that were received where a conversation occurred?
I would.
And again, conversations between Chad and Lori began approximately 6:06 that morning,
That's the earliest one. Yes.
and they continued throughout the day.
Yes.
And you learned Chad and Lori were having an extramarital affair, correct?
Judge asked and answered.
world.
That's my understanding.
And on July 11th of 2019, what call did you respond out to again?
That was a call involving a shooting incident, the fatal shooting of Charles Vallow.
I have no further questions.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Detective Werther. So is he going to remain under subpoena from the state?
The state would release him from a subpoena.
What about the defense?
Judge, I haven't subpoenaed the detective. I have no intention of calling him back.
Okay, that concludes your testimony then. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You may go ahead and step down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, based on the nature of the testimony, the court's got a limiting instruction that I'm going to reread to the jurors. I've read this before, and this will also be included in your final instructions for deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence has been introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant or an alleged co-conspirator has committed acts other than that for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So that's the limiting instruction. With that then, let me inquire from the state, given the time where we're at, does the state intend to call or seek to call another witness this afternoon?
Your Honor, could we just briefly, I know people are probably getting tired of the sidebars, but if we could just briefly chat about the schedule.
Yeah, let's do that quickly in a sidebar. Thank you, counsel.
I would lay odds that we are probably going to be dismissed when they get back from sidebar. I can't imagine that Rob Wood would call the sidebar if he was prepared to bring another witness forward. They're going to probably claim timing and that they don't want to disrupt the testimony because, in all honesty, it's not good to start with the witness, let the jury leave, and then try to finish up and wrap up. You lose the whole momentum in the whole story or presentation you're trying to get out there as a whole. So I understand why they do it. What it looks like we'll be leaving again 15 minutes early. If we ever get to 3:30, have we got to 3:30 once in this trial? I'm not so sure. Mark says about the other witness, I guess that shows he's had a lot of practice at being a witness, so he knew exactly what to say and what to keep in mind. He was very good at keeping the facts straight.
All right, counsel, thank you for conferring with the court. We are going to go ahead and conclude with evidence for the day and take a recess until tomorrow. As I mentioned, we'll go until 2:00 tomorrow. There's one other matter the court will take up outside the presence of the jurors, just outside the presence of the public, just with the attorneys, but on the record here as well. So for those reasons, I think this is a good time to break for the day. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for your attentiveness today. And I will advise you, as I have at the end of each day, please don't discuss this case with anyone else or amongst yourselves. Wait to do that until the time for deliberations. As well, don't do anything to investigate or look the case up in any way. Or if you see the case in any sort of media coverage, news, etc., on your devices, please avoid looking into that. And that way you'll be able to sign your declarations in the morning that you've complied with the instruction. So thank you again. And we will commence again tomorrow morning with additional evidence and a new witness tomorrow, starting at 8:30 at the normal time. So with that in mind, we will be in recess for the day. And thank you also those in attendance today for complying with the court's conduct orders.
All right, please.
Okay, I'm going to leave it up in case he's going to discuss this with the juries on camera. I mean, not with the jury, with the attorneys. He's dismissing the jury. But he did say he had a matter to discuss with the attorneys, and I'm not sure if they're going to leave it on camera for that or not. Based on the fact that he didn't hit the button like he's been lately, like right away, I'm thinking he may stay on camera for this. So we will keep it rolling until we know for sure. To answer the question in the chat.
All right, thanks, everyone. Council, I'll just meet with you briefly in the room there with the court reporter if we can, just to put one thing.
Okay. Well, so much for that. He's decided not to do it in camera. Okay, we'll probably find out about it tomorrow. On that, he's just left us watch the jury leave and then push the button. He's amusing me today. Okay. So they're meeting privately in regards to the issue, and I guess we'll see what happens then. We'll be back tomorrow. I will be here by 10:20. They're supposed to start court by my time 10:30, their time 8:30. We'll be ready. I hope to see some of you here to keep me company. It's been great. I do enjoy talking to you all. And again, I'd like to remind you all to like and share and subscribe. And if you do come up with a question or something you want looked into, research is my thing. I do love to look around, and I do like to find the answers, especially good questions that everyone's been coming up with. Go ahead and hit the back of any one of the trial videos, and I will look it up, and I'll get back to you, and we can discuss it like during the breaks and in the chat. So on that, I'd like to say thank you again to everybody. In case wait, Mandy, I feel for you. In case anyone cares, moving is a pain in the ass. Transferring all the services is annoying. I hear you. Isn't it amazing that all these years they have not made that process any easier at all, Mandy, at all. Thank you, Karen, and thank you, Anna. Thank you all for coming and keeping me company. I feel for you, Mandy, but it's worth it. It's a beautiful place, and I'm glad you got it. It's all good. It's all good. Hopefully you only have to move the once, right? This will be the one. So there you go. All right, everybody. I'm going to put that outro on. I will definitely see you in the morning.